is now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're about to get some wind, some rain, and perhaps even more than that. It's a storm system headed our way, and Stefano DiPietro has the forecast coming up here right after the news. The nation's military members are about to get a so-called warrior dividend.
In honor of our nation's founding in 1776, we are sending every soldier $1,776. Think of that.
The announcement came last night during President Trump's nearly 20-minute address to the nation. President Trump saying that the money will be delivered before Christmas. Also in that speech, a promise that Americans would begin to see the results of his One Big Beautiful Bill in 2026. The president touting his accomplishments.
The border is secure. Inflation is stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our nation is strong. America is respected. And our country is back, stronger than ever before.
He also promised reduced prices for prescription drugs next year. A Dixon County teenager is dead after trying to escape from her ex-boyfriend's car. Channel 4's Dryden Quigley says 17-year-old Taylor Rattery had just left her job.
Dixon police say she was picked up by her ex-boyfriend, 18-year-old Hunter Jackson. They say as they got to this traffic light, Taylor tried to jump out of Jackson's car. Then he shot her. She was found by police and taken to Skyline, where she died from her gunshot wound.
It was very sad. It was very just like a wow moment. You know, you just have to kind of sit and think like that's someone you know that is no longer here with us.
Her family shared these photos of Taylor. They say she had big dreams for the future and was excited to start college next year.
Now, Hunter Jackson is in jail on a $3 million bond. He's been charged with Taylor's murder. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Michelle Franzen.
Stocks turned lower early in the day and ended down thanks to drops from AI companies. The Dow lost 228 points. The Nasdaq dropped 418, and the S&P dipped 78. Oracle sparked renewed worries about stock prices in the artificial intelligence industry. That's because Oracle's $10 billion data center project lost the backing of a private lender. The company lost 5%. Broadcom lost 4%. CoreWeave sank 6%. And NVIDIA lost nearly 4%. On the winning end were oil companies after President Trump ordered a blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers into and out of Venezuela. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
And stock futures this morning pointing up. We've got Dow futures up 57, NASDAQ futures gaining 181, and the S&P futures, they're up 26 points. That's the latest news. Stick around for traffic and for that forecast coming up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Selling your home can be stressful, but it doesn't have to be. Get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. There are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Work with the #1 real estate team in the U.S. and close with confidence. Go to markspain.com today.
couple of issues already this morning on 40 westbound in Glencliff. Got to watch for the right lane blocked off at Spence Lane 213. Now, they're not saying the traffic center isn't saying exactly why. It's just blocked off. You've got a crash as well in West Nashville. This one's on Charlotte Pike. It's under I-40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Morning News with Dan Mandis. And so, my fellow Americans, we talk.
Good evening, America. 11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it.
There you go. Donald Trump last night laying it on the line in about a 17, somewhere between 17 and 20-minute address that he gave to the nation last night from the White House. The first time he has done a nationwide address since his second term began. Of course, he gives the annual State of the Union address, but this is different, and he's out there making the case that things are pretty good. And, you know, what is really all behind this? Well, I'll be honest with you, there have been some polls that suggest that Americans are a little frustrated at the pace of economic reform. And I think what he wanted to do was go out there and point out, hey, listen, it's better than it was, and it's going to get better as we go forward. So here is the president's opening remarks, laying out this bit of information that, you know, we've done a lot. We are fixing things that were broken by the previous administration.
Good evening, America. 11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it. When I took office, inflation was the worst in 48 years, and some would say in the history of our country, which caused prices to be higher than ever before, making life unaffordable for millions and millions of Americans. This happened during a Democrat administration, and it's when we first began hearing the word affordability. Our border was open, and because of this, our country was being invaded by an army of 25 million people, many who came from prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums. They were drug dealers, gang members, and even 11,888 murderers, more than 50% of whom killed more than one person. This is what the Biden administration allowed to happen to our country, and it can never be allowed to happen again. We had men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, crime at record levels with law enforcement, and words such as that just absolutely forbidden. We had the worst trade deals ever made, and our country was laughed at from all over the world. But they're not laughing anymore. Over the past 11 months, we have brought more positive change to Washington than any administration in American history. There's never been anything like it, and I think most would agree. I was elected in a landslide, winning the popular vote and all 7 swing states and everything else, with a mandate to take on a sick and corrupt system that really just took the wealth from people and crushed the dreams of the American people. For the last 4 years, the United States was ruled by politicians who fought only for insiders, illegal aliens, career criminals, corporate lobbyists, prisoners, terrorists, and above all, foreign nations, which took advantage of us at levels never seen before. They flooded your cities and towns with illegal aliens. They decimated your hard-earned savings. They indoctrinated your children with hate for America. They just released a level of violent felons that we had never seen to prey on innocent. They caused war. They caused mayhem. They caused a horrible situation all over the globe. But now you have a president who fights for the law-abiding, hardworking people of our country, the ones who make this nation run, who make this nation work. And after just 1 year, we have achieved more than anyone could have imagined.
See, I think that's a really good start. First of all, let's just talk about how he delivered this speech. He stuck mostly to the script, which I think he should do more of between you and me. But he stuck with the script, and his tone, I think, was dead on, exactly what you needed. And the problem when you're president of the United States is, and especially this president who gets things done, so many things happen day after day after day after day. There is incremental change, incremental change, incremental change, incremental change, and we don't really stop and sort of figure out the totality of things that have happened. But when you stop and look realistically at the last year, there has been a tremendous amount of change in this country, and we've already forgotten just how bad it was under the previous administration. So, I think there is a great deal of value in coming forward and sort of saying to the American people, I hear you're frustrated. I know you're frustrated, but things are going to be getting better, and you just need to trust me. And in the meantime, look at what we've done. And it is remarkable how much they have accomplished in 11 months. I mean, it really is true. I've covered a lot of presidents. My first real president that I covered in Washington was Ronald Reagan. And Ronald Reagan got a lot of things done, but not at the level that Donald Trump is getting them done. I've seen good presidents and I've seen bad presidents. And I think Donald Trump, if you set aside sometimes his rather outgoing personality, because that irritates some people. But if you look at just the accomplishments, it is significant. It is really, really significant what he has accomplished. I am so thrilled with him, but I study this stuff every day. And I realize that most Americans do not look at this stuff on a regular basis. They don't focus on it like maybe you and I do. And then they're getting, other messages by mainstream media that muddy the Trump message. So, I think there's a great deal of value to say to the American people, it was bad. You forgot how bad it was. I had a mandate to come in here and make change, and I have taken the bull by the horns. And already we've got the economy starting to come back. We've got the border under control. We're doing all kinds of good stuff in America to change the way it was because, it was bad. We need to remember how bad it was. So, I just think that people from an incremental standpoint don't pay that much attention. And when you stop and look and you put it all together and say, we did this, 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 and we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, and this is on the horizon. I think there's great value in that for the American people, and I think it was very helpful and a pretty good speech by Donald Trump. He let people know, hey, listen, we've made a lot of changes, and more changes are on the horizon, especially changes that will help the economy get stronger.
And for the first time in years, wages are rising much faster than inflation. Remember that. The wages, just look at it. Wages are going up much faster than inflation. How big is that? Very importantly, there are more people working today than at any time in American history, and 100% of all jobs created since I took office have been in the private sector. Think of that. 100% of all jobs have been in the private sector rather than government, which is the only way to make a country powerful and great. This historic trend will continue. Already, I've secured a record-breaking $18 trillion of investment into the United States, which means jobs, wage increases, growth, factory openings, and far greater national security. Much of this success has been accomplished by tariffs. My favorite word, tariffs, which for many decades have been used successfully by other countries against us, but not anymore. Companies know that if they build in America, there are no tariffs, and that's why they're coming home to the USA in record numbers. They're building factories and plants at levels we haven't seen. AI, automobiles. We're doing what nobody thought was even possible, not even remotely possible. There has never, frankly, been anything like it. 1 year ago, our country was dead. We were absolutely dead. Our country was ready to fail, totally failed. Now, we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. And that's said by every single leader that I've spoken to over the last 5 months.
Well, it is. I mean, when you stop and think about it, the level of accomplishment is considerable, and there are things on the horizon. We'll talk about that in just a moment. I'm Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis on Nashville's Morning News at 15 minutes past the hour. Time for a little traffic and weather.
Still working that crash scene on Charlotte Pike in West Nashville. It's under I-40. Also, the right lane blocked off in Glencliff on 40 westbound at Spence Lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning to you, Joan. It's good to have you back in the newsroom again this morning.
Good morning.
What did you think about the speech?
I thought for the first time, I think ever, the man kept it short, concise, and just stuck to the point. It was perfect.
You know, when he does the thing on a day-to-day basis, he tends to wander from the script, and you can tell it when he's reading, and then he wants to go off and talk about a specific point in a greater way. And I think sometimes he loses his way back.
Yeah.
And I think this was a disciplined speech, and he started out, I think, with just the right tone, and then he got more excited and it went along. But that's okay. It was a pretty good speech, and I think really, you know how it is. We focus, you focus on this, and I focus on this every day. So I think you and I, and maybe a lot of people who listen to this radio station, have a pretty good sense of what's been going on. But there are a great number of Americans who are just not that focused like we are.
They're not that focused.
I think it's helpful to sort of recount what we've done in the last year.
Yeah, they're not that focused, and they're watching news outlets that don't necessarily want to tell you the good. So they're only hearing the things that are negative about the president, about his efforts. So this was a chance for him to say, hey, look at what's really going on.
So a lot of the big news here is about what's on the horizon. Here's Trump talking about the tax cuts and how they will impact, and I think in a very positive way, and he thinks so too, the economy of our nation.
Next year, you will also see the results of the largest tax cuts in American history that were really accomplished through our great, big, beautiful bill, perhaps the most sweeping legislation ever passed in Congress. We wrapped 12 different bills up into one beautiful bill. That includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Under these cuts, many families will be saving between $11,000 and $20,000 a year, and next spring is projected to be the largest tax refund season of all time. Because of tariffs, along with the just passed One Big Beautiful Bill, tonight I am also proud to announce that more than 1,450,000.
Well, he goes on to talk about we're going to get a military bonus. If you're in the military right now, you just got a Christmas present.
Think of this, 1,450,000 military service members will receive a special, we call Warrior Dividend before Christmas, a Warrior Dividend. In honor of our nation's founding in 1776, we are sending every soldier $1,776. Think of that. And the checks are already on the way. Nobody understood that one until about 30 minutes ago.
I love that. He slipped that one in and under the radar. Nobody heard anything about this until he announced it. So he kept that secret. But, it's always good to keep it secret. I mean, he says the checks are on their way. What are you going to do about it if you don't like that? Democrats, I can't imagine the Democrats would be against helping our soldiers and sailors and our military people. But at the end of the day, he didn't give anybody a chance to do it. The checks are on the way. By the way, the money comes from some of these tariffs, and there's a possibility somewhere down the line that the Supreme Court might have to, rule against the tariffs. I don't know how that's going to work out, but that is at least a possibility. What would happen then? Well, it's too late. The money's gone.
We made a lot more money than anybody thought because of tariffs, and the bill helped us along. Nobody deserves it more than our military, and I say congratulations to everybody. And by the way, we now have record enlistment in our military, and last year we had among the worst recruitment numbers in our military's history. What a difference a year makes. In addition, I'm doing what no politician of either party has ever done, standing up to the special interests to dramatically reduce the price of prescription drugs.
So, I mean, a lot of stuff to be packed in there, and a pretty good, I would say, a pretty good speech all told. The president, needs to turn things around because, if you believe the polls, and I think there's probably, you look at several polls, maybe one poll you say, I don't know, maybe that's an outlier, but there have been several polls out there that suggest that the American people are getting restless. We as Americans, it is a thing that's not unique to the United States, but we are pretty bad about it. We want what we want when we want it. And, we went out there, and the majority of people, as the president pointed out, voted for him. And he had a mandate from the American people, won all of the battleground states, and dominated the election. So when you get that kind of election, you get to come in and make the changes. And he's been making the changes. But it takes time for people to start feeling the impact of the changes that are underway. So what he's saying here is, hey, if you're in the military, here's a little something to get you through, and thank goodness for that. God bless him on that one. He's letting you know that the tax cuts are coming, and they're going to have a major, major impact. And then there's just a recounting throughout this speech of the things that he has accomplished that maybe you didn't hear about, or you heard about them and forgot about them. The list of accomplishment in this administration is calculable. It is really impressive.
Want to know what the New York Post calls him?
No, what?
The fixer-upper in chief.
Fixer-upper in chief. I like that.
Yeah.
Well, that opening statement, I got to tell you, let me just pull this back real quick before I move on. His opening was brilliant.
Good evening, America. 11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it.
That's the message right there. If you didn't, if you didn't hear anything else, that's what you need. That was the message. He's the fixer-upper chief. And I like that. Fixer-upper in chief. We've got a lot more about the speech. There's a lot of material in here that we're going to dig into throughout the show. And we're going to, a little bit later, open up the phone lines and have your thoughts about it and get your commentary. You're listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis.
And coming up in the news, President Trump's year-end address. Will give you some more about what he hit on in that address. Also, someone stealing cell phones and wiping out bank accounts in Nashville. Got those stories and more coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It is 28 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. The forecast today, going to be blustery, stormy, perhaps. Rain is on its way. In fact, it is in the western half of our listing area. It is definitely starting to rain. That would be, west of I-65. And it's coming up from the south. So we got a southerly flow of moisture meeting cooler air right over. And you know what that means. It could get a little rough or interesting this afternoon as the day progresses, but a high of 59 degrees. Now, the really, really good news is after that passes through, we're on a really good, the weather's going to on a good streak all the way through Christmas. Friday, it'll be a little cooler, sunny and 44. Saturday, sunny and 58. That's going to be a nice day. Sunday, sunny and 49. Monday, sunny and 56. And looking forward to Christmas Day. Listen to this. Christmas Day is going to be cloudy, but the temperature is going to be somewhere in the mid 60s. I mean, in December 25th, that's not bad. And everybody wants a white Christmas, I guess, but I sort of like nice weather on Christmas Day. I do. I've sort of been weird about that. Who needs snow? I don't. It's pretty to look at, but difficult to deal with. Listen, coming up throughout the morning, as I mentioned, we're going to be dissecting the president's big address. There is a lot of stuff packed into that 17-minute speech, and we'll take your calls. Also, it looks like the president is poised to reschedule marijuana. And there was a big health care vote in the House of Representatives. A whole lot of stuff to unpack this morning. We'll get right to it after the news with Joan Jones at 5:30.
Well, hello there. It is 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Yeah, about that weather that Brian was talking about. We do have some gusty weather moving in later on this morning, so we'll detail that with Stefano, and his forecast is coming up right after the news. Stick around for that. In the news this morning, well, they didn't waste any time last night. President Trump taking less than 20 minutes to deliver a year-end speech from the White House, recapping his first 11 months in office. Here's ABC's Stephen Portnoy on that.
In a rapid-fire 18-minute speech from the White House tonight, the president there arguing his administration has brought down prices for goods and services ranging from hotel stays to tickets for sporting events, breakfast sausage to gasoline. He promised reduced prices for prescription drugs next year, and he announced what he called a special warrior dividend, a $1,776 bonus for American service members.
The president also promising to unveil a plan to bring about some of the most aggressive housing reform plans in American history. You'll see that next year. Some visitors to Nashville have ended up leaving town without their cell phones. That's because they were stolen as they were visiting downtown. Channel 4's Tracy Cornett says, and it's not just the phones that they're missing now.
Thousands of dollars wired out of their bank accounts from Apple Pay. Their credit cards were also accessed. Police remind you, secure those phones and be aware of your surroundings.
Metro Nashville police have a suspect they'd like to talk to about those thefts. Now, I've added a story to my X account, and you can check out the photo of the man they're looking for and call Crime Stoppers if you recognize him. Find me on X at Joan Jones WTN. Nick Reiner is not going to be back in court for a few weeks now after his high-powered attorney yesterday asked a judge to postpone the arraignment on his parents' murders until January. ABC's Trevor Alt is in Los Angeles.
Two other children of the Reiners, Jake and Romy, they issued a joint statement. They said, and I'm quoting here, "Words cannot even begin to describe the unimaginable pain we are experiencing every moment of the day."
Nick Reiner could face the death penalty. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a problem that just popped up on 65 here in the southbound lanes before Louisville Highway, exit 98. There is police activity. Now, they're not saying what that's all about, but it is causing some slowdown of traffic in that area this morning. Be careful. Also, Charlotte Pike, still working a crash in West Nashville. It's under I-40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 37 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Good morning, everybody. Merry Christmas. Hope you're having a great holiday season. I actually am having a great holiday season this year. First of all, Cabana Wife has the house just, absolutely looking beautiful. Joan, you got a chance to look at it. You'll have to back me up on this. It's really quite something.
It's special. It really is. It's amazing. Yeah. All the trees, all the effort that both of you guys put into this is just, it's overwhelming.
Oh, I just sit around and watch her. It's all Cabana Wife, and she'll be the first to tell you that's true. No, I took on a project of trying to build a fire pit, and it was a big project, and if it hadn't been for a couple of elves like my brother-in-law and some friends who were visiting, I don't know that I would have gotten it fixed in time for the party. So that was my contribution, but she just did a great job.
Yeah.
I'm also, I don't know, Joan, if I've mentioned this, I'm in a Christmas play.
Oh, yes.
Have I mentioned that? I didn't think.
I don't know if you mentioned it here. Now I've been talking to Cabana Wife about it.
Oh, she talked to you.
Oh, yeah.
It's coming up this Sunday at my church. I'm a Round Lickian Baptist. I go to Round Lick Baptist Church. Apparently, I didn't know this until one of the oldest churches in the area.
Oh,
a real history behind it. But anyway, I'm reciting a thing that was done by Paul Harvey years ago called The Man and the Birds.
Oh, I love it.
Have you heard that?
I have not.
Well, you can listen to Paul Harvey's version, which I assure you would be much better than mine. I mean, it's not a wise thing to go after something that Paul Harvey did and try to replicate it. But I am doing it, and I went to rehearsal last night, so I had the advantage of on the way back home listening to some of the speech on the radio, and then getting to see the last half of the speech on television. It's interesting how those experiences are different. I've always found that to be the case. When you're in the radio, you're just focusing on what's being said. When you're watching it on TV, you get distracted by the visuals and everything else. So I think, as they say, radio is a what are these? Television is a cool medium, and radio is a hot medium. Did you ever hear? Ever read Marshall McLuhan?
No.
Yeah, well, it's deep stuff. So The Media is the Message was the name of that book. Let's talk a little bit more about what's going on in Washington here this morning. We have learned that Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino is going to step down from his role at the Bureau in January, departing less than a year after he took the job. He announced the news in a post on social platform X, where he thanked President Trump, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and FBI Director Kash Patel for the opportunity to serve with purpose. Most importantly, he said, I want to thank you, my fellow Americans, for the privilege to serve you. Trump earlier Wednesday indicated Bongino was interested in returning to his role as a conservative commentator. Dan did a great job. I think he wants to go back to his show. Trump did not provide a timeline, but it looks like it's going to happen in January. The resignation has been publicly announced by Dan Bongino. What's going on there? I don't read a lot into this. The people around Trump have been remarkably stable. When you compare the first administration of Donald Trump, he's firing people left and right. If he didn't like something, they were gone. But he hasn't fired anybody. And I think he got a better team around him. One of the things he learned was, how to do this in the first administration. We get the advantage of all that experience and the things he learned, and he learned some lessons. And he's hired good people, and he has let them do their jobs. And at the end of the day, there's been remarkable stability. I don't think there's anything untoward about this. I think it's probably a financial decision. Joan, I had the opportunity years ago to talk to the late Tony Snow, who was a friend of mine.
He was amazing.
He was a very good press secretary. But, I knew he was doing Fox News Sunday. He had a very healthy contract with Fox News. He had renewed it. And then he went into government. And I knew that, I was saying, well, that's an interesting choice, but I knew that he was going to take a hell of a cut in salary.
Yeah.
I mean, to serve in government, a lot of these people who are now serving in government have really taken a big hit financially. And it is a commitment to public service, and depending on your situation, your financial situation, and where you are. And he had a very lucrative radio career. He had a very lucrative podcast, and he's got Bongino.com. He's a media mogul to some degree.
So his wife is the one that stayed home to run the Bongino.com site and all of his business dealings. And he was, I heard him talking about it on, I think it was on Fox and Friends. And he slipped a little. He said that Paula's been home running the business and living, I think he said, we're separate. He meant to say we're separated, but he said the word divorced by accident. And then he said, I mean separated, and we're living separate lives, and so it's hard on our marriage. And
I bet that's true. I hadn't heard that. That's very interesting.
So I think that has a lot to do with it.
Maybe there's some of that in there as well. He wants to return to some sense of normality. When I was talking to Tony Snow about it, I said, how do you do it? I mean, how can you afford to do it, Tony? And Tony told me, he said, well, here's what you do. You go out and you get a big loan, a bridge loan. Because when you serve in the White House, you gain experience that has real value when you come out of the White House.
Right.
And you'll make up the money when you come out. So there is a value of going there and having the experience and getting the publicity and being at a very high level. And when you come out, you have skills and abilities and contacts that become very valuable. And so he said, you take out a loan to do it while you're actually in the job, and then you make it all back up when you come out of government. And I thought,
that's amazing, actually.
It is amazing. And I didn't know any of that. I mean, I've always wondered how people could afford to do it who had very successful careers, and you look at some of the people in this administration. Marco Rubio could leave government tomorrow and make billions.
Yes.
Scott Bessent was already rich.
How about Wickoff?
Oh, yeah, there's a perfect example.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a very difficult thing. I don't read anything untoward. I mean, I'm sorry that his marriage is struggling. I have not heard that, but I really do think he loved the work. But I think, at the end of the day, can I afford to keep doing this? So he gave it a year, and I think there was some frustration, I would say, by Bongino about how the Epstein files have been so slow to come out. He was big on that when he was in radio and doing his podcast. That was a big issue for him, and I think it's a big issue for a lot of Americans, and I do think that's going to come out in a huge way. It's supposed to be released any day now. We'll see what really happens there, but I think that was irritating to him, but not to the point where he felt that he needed to, quit over it. At least that's my sense of it. So the best of luck to I actually know Dan pretty well. Dan used to come on our radio show in Washington, D.C. that I was the morning host, one of the morning hosts, and he was a regular. He would fill in on the radio station. We taught him radio.
Yeah, right.
We really did.
I remember those days.
Yeah,
I was
know.
there.
Yeah. I remember when he ran for Congress, it didn't go well. Of course, it's hard to be a Republican and win in Maryland.
In Maryland, absolutely.
But he gave it a hell of a try, and he came close. I like him a lot. I think he's a good guy, and I wish him only the best of luck as he returns to the private sector. And you mentioned Bongino.com. Can I just say, I think that's a really good website. I lean pretty heavily on it when I'm doing research because it's a good compendium. It's like Drudge for conservatives.
Right.
You know, it's an aggregate site where they aggregate news from other sources, but stuff that I got my own, what I like to call my own proprietary list of places that I go, news sources that I trust on a regular basis. When I do a show, I go through like 50 websites every morning. And I would tell you that one of the ones that I really lean heavily on is the work that's done by Bongino.com. I think it's a pretty good website. I'm a little bit late. Oh no, we don't do it here. We don't do traffic and weather. I caught it. Hey, Sam, I caught it.
I noticed.
Thank you. Marco Rubio has a little bit of an announcement, and I think this is really significant for those of us on our side of the equation. I like Marco Rubio. I have voted for Marco Rubio. I think one day Marco Rubio is going to make a fantastic president. I think he's a sharp guy. He had a meteoric rise through Florida politics before, and then became, the senator from Florida before becoming, how many different jobs does he have? He's the Secretary of State. I forget, National Security Advisor. Those are two big ones right there. And he's an incredibly capable individual. And a lot of people say, well, what's he going to do in 2028? Well, here's apparently the word. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said he would not seek the Republican presidential nomination in 2028 if Vice President J.D. Vance decides to run, signaling early deference to President Donald Trump's current second-in-command as Republicans begin looking ahead to the post-Trump era, as reported by the New York Post. This story comes from LifeZette. Rubio made the comments in an interview with author Chris Whipple. I don't know, Chris. That was published Tuesday by Vanity Fair. Asked about the possibility of a future presidential bid, Rubio made it clear he would step aside if Vance enters the race. If J.D. Vance runs for president, he's going to be our nominee, and I'll be one of the first people to support him. Rubio is a very popular figure within the Trump administration. I find him to be, when he's on camera, extremely reserved and thoughtful and smart. And he says things in a way that explain complicated ideas in a very easy to understand way, which is a real gift when you're a politician. I think he's an honest man, and I think he's a good man. And by all accounts, Marco Rubio has a tremendous sense of humor. Now, I find that hard to believe because I always think he's a little dry and a little reserved whenever you see him on camera. But the word that you get from people like J.D. Vance and others, somebody asked the president, who's one of the funniest people in the administration? A lot of people say Donald Trump when he's behind the scenes, and I imagine that's true. But everybody talks about the wit of Rubio. I think he would do well to let of that show publicly because I think people who are perceived to have a good sense of humor are generally liked by the American people. You got to be likable to be elected, and I think he will. I can see a Vance Rubio ticket, and that'd be a pretty strong ticket. Rubio is 54, Vance is 41. So they're widely viewed, according to LifeZette's story, within Republican circles as the leading potential contenders to succeed President Trump. I heard that President Trump got a book from Alan Dershowitz, and the book really focuses on, could Trump run for a third term? Now, I am of the opinion that no, he can't. No matter what I want. But Dershowitz apparently in the book makes the case that it's an open question. Isn't that interesting? So is he going to try to run for a third? I don't think so. I don't think that's going to happen. But we'll see what happens. In the meantime, Marco Rubio making a big announcement here that he will not run for the presidency. But I don't think it's beyond the pale to think that he might be a running mate for J.D. Vance. And they like each other. They're both incredibly talented politicians. I feel so strong about our bench for 2028 and beyond. So imagine you get 4 or 8 years of J.D. Vance and 4 or 8 years of Marco Rubio. This could be a good long run of Republicans in the White House. I just cross my fingers and hope that it goes well, because I don't see anybody on the other side who can touch these two. I really don't. 52 minutes now past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis.
And coming up in the news, an endangered child alert this morning for a toddler who is missing and may be in danger. And it appears that Instacart is in trouble with the federal government. Those stories and more at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
There it goes, 56 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in the chair for Dan Mandis. And we got a lot of stuff to talk about with regard to this Trump speech that that was given last night, talking a lot about the economy. But there was a lot of stuff stacked into that speech. And we're gonna do it, and we'll open up the phone lines and get your sense of it in the next hour. You know, when you work morning radio, you have a love affair with coffee. And anytime I'm looking through, my various sources of information, and I see a story about coffee, I can't help but stop and look, because it is such an important part of people's lives who do these early shifts from time to time. I've spent a lot of time doing early morning, either television or radio, and I got to tell you, I love me some coffee. I've tried to sort of pare back on it. Quite frankly, and I usually just have 1 cup now, but I used to drink tons of it. Well, apparently it is good to wake you up. It is good to give you focus. Excuse me, and but there are mood enhancing benefits to caffeine. Some people say it makes them happy. Of course, that doesn't explain Dan Mandis. He drinks a lot of coffee. I'm not sure he's happy. He's sort of grumpy sometimes. But one way or the other, I think it is interesting. New survey says 80% of the global population ingest coffee in some form or ingest caffeine in some form. Common sources, of course, coffee, tea, soda, chocolate. Consumers rely on these to combat fatigue and improve their focus, but many anecdotally report that a cup of coffee improves their general disposition. And so it apparently, that part of caffeine does better for you in the morning than any other time of the day.
That's it. I'm loading up, Dan, on more coffee.
That guy drinks a lot of coffee.
He does.
Yeah. I remember when I was doing early morning television, I was really burning the candle at both ends, because not only was I getting up every morning at 3 o'clock to go in and do early morning television in D.C. at Channel 5, I was working on a master's degree at the time.
Wow.
So I was burning the candle at both ends. I was constantly exhausted. So I would come into town and I'd hit the 7-Eleven on River Road and I'd get a 20-ouncer. And I would drink that before I got to the station. And then I would go to the green room and I'd pour me another. I'd fill that 20 ounces and I'd drink another 20 while I was preparing for the show. And we had these great people we used to have this thing in television called floor directors, who were wonderful people who took care of the talent and was there on the floor to make sure everything went smooth. People went where they're supposed to go and got people wired up for interviews and stuff. And the floor director would come by and fill up your cup all during the show.
Love
so
that.
by the time I got off the air, I'd probably drank at least 60 ounces of coffee, which is a lot of caffeine.
Wow.
Saturday morning, all of a sudden, I started waking up feeling like crap because I would sleep in and I didn't get the caffeine. It is a bad addiction when you have it. So I don't drink as much as I used to anymore. But again, the news out of this is coffee not only can wake you up and help you focus, but it can also lift your mood. So if you're feeling a little down this morning, have a cup of coffee. 6 o'clock, time for the news with Joan.
Good morning, now 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We do have a weather system moving in. Stefano tells us there'll be rain. There may be some thunderstorms later on today, and the full forecast is ready for you right after the news. Well, in the news this morning, the search is on for a missing toddler and his mother. The TBI saying that 2-year-old Beckham Coleman went missing from Dyer County this morning and may be in danger. He may be with his mom. She is 39-year-old Amy Coleman, and they're traveling in a gray Honda Odyssey with Tennessee plates 367BPTX. You don't have to remember all of that. You can just check out their photos and that story. It's on my X account at Joan Jones WTN. Take a look at it there. A retired Henderson County police officer who spent a month in jail over a Facebook post that quoted President Trump is now suing the federal government. Larry Bushart was arrested in September after posting a meme that referenced a Trump comment following a school shooting. Prosecutors later dropped the charge of threatening mass violence, saying there was no basis for that case. Bushart's lawsuit filed in the U.S. District Court for the Western District in Jackson claims his First and Fourth Amendment rights were violated. The federal government is taking a closer look at something that we reported on last week. It's Instacart's use of so-called dynamic pricing, which changes the prices of items for different customers using the very same grocery store. Here's ABC's Elizabeth Schultze on that.
In total, 3/4 of all of the grocery items were offered at different prices. So I spoke with one of the researchers who said what's happening here is that Instacart is basically using AI to make those price changes in real time. It's trying to test how much it can raise prices before customers take something out of their cart.
Now, the Federal Trade Commission's now investigating that practice. Shares of Instacart fell 7% overnight because of it. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Dave Packer.
Anticipation for this morning's release of the November Consumer Price Index report, a major inflation metric and the first CPI report since the end of the government shutdown. There were no data released for October. During his address to the nation last night, President Trump teasing an upcoming housing reform plan that he says will be announced next year. In the past, Trump has floated the idea of 50-year mortgages. And Trump saying he'll soon announce Jerome Powell's replacement as Federal Reserve Chairman, saying it'll be someone who believes in lower interest rates. Warner Brothers Discovery is pushing back on a hostile takeover bid from Paramount Skydance, telling its shareholders to reject it. The board of directors writes in a new letter that Paramount's offer imposes significant risks, questioning the funding source from the family of David and Larry Ellison. The Warner board telling shareholders that the Netflix offer is backed by a company worth more than $400 billion. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Stock futures up this morning. The Dow futures plus 126, the NASDAQ futures gaining 196, and we've got the S&P futures up 31 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. In Millersville, you've got that crash on 65 southbound this morning. It's before Louisville Highway exit 98, and it is causing some traffic slowdown in that spot this morning. It's also slow at the merge of 65 and 24. You've got minor delays now starting to build on 24 westbound heading in on 65 north from Franklin to Brentwood. Looks so good so far this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good evening, America. 11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it.
That was how Donald Trump started it last night. Good morning, everyone. 6:07 on Super Talk 99.7. I am Brian Wilson, your friend and radio buddy, and for Dan Mandis, who will return tomorrow. He'll be here tomorrow. And then I'll be filling in for Chris Hand tomorrow. So, I'm going to be here a lot in different slots as people take a little vacation time. Glad you're with us here. The speech last night, about 17, I think, minutes and change. And Donald Trump covered a lot of ground. He's seeing some polling data that concerns him, that people are frustrated about the issue of the economy. Democrats have picked up on this as well and have found a wedge issue talking about the issue of affordability. And Donald Trump wanted to primarily go through last night and talk about the things that have been done to improve the economy, the things that are on the horizon to improve the economy. We talked about that a lot last hour, but there's an awful lot of stuff that he wanted to do there. It was important, I think, for him to tick off the things that he has accomplished as president of the United States. When, we listen to it every day, we focus on it every day, and you're probably plugged in a lot better than a lot of people in this country who just know that, well, it costs a little more to go to the grocery store, and affordability, housing is expensive, and I think he just wanted to go through and say, well, yeah, but let's remember where we were a year ago under a different president with horrible economic policies, and how much we have done to set the apple cart up on its wheels again in this country. And of course, one of the huge things that has been was a major focus of the last presidential election, was the border. It was out of control. Millions coming into this country illegally, and people didn't like it. He didn't sit well with a lot of people. And so he was very quick to point out last night how they have brought the issue of the border under control. That includes, people coming into this country who should not be in this country, and stopping the flow of drugs to America.
Immediate action to stop the invasion of our southern border. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been allowed into our country, a feat which everyone said was absolutely impossible. Do you remember when Joe Biden said that he needed Congress to pass legislation to help close the border? He was always blaming Congress and everyone else. As it turned out, we didn't need legislation. We just needed a new president.
You cannot argue that point. Because Biden did say, well, we got a broken system. What he really wanted was Congress to come in and give him the authority to open up the borders, which Congress was never going to do. He kept asking Congress to take some action, but the action he wanted was something that Congress would never do, because the American people would never have stood for it. And he kept, well, it's not my fault. It's a broken immigration system and Congress needs to fix it. No, not true at all. Donald Trump fixed it in about 6 hours. And we owe him a debt of gratitude for that.
We inherited the worst border anywhere in the world, and we quickly turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. In other words, in a few short months, we went from worst to best. We're deporting criminals, restoring safety to our most dangerous cities. Just take a look at Washington, D.C. It's at levels of safety that we've never seen before. And they decimated the bloodthirsty foreign drug cartels. We did that all by ourselves with our people, and we're so proud of it because they were poisoning and destroying our population. Drugs brought in by ocean and by sea are now down 94%.
Wow. That is really significant. There was a sort of a buzz going on that the president would talk more about Venezuela. It turned out that wasn't the case. He talked a glancing blow, I think there was in the speech, but not much. He did, however, talk about the issue of illegal migrants to this country. In addition, when he's talking about the issue of housing and how difficult it is to find housing for many people in America. He says part of the problem was immigrants coming here and taking up housing.
The Democrat inflation disaster, again, the worst in the history of our country, also robbed millions of Americans of home ownership and indeed the American dream. The yearly cost of a typical new mortgage increased by $15,000 under Democrat rule. In 11 months, we've already gotten that annual cost down by $3,000, and it's coming down a lot lower. Wait till you see. The numbers are going to be shocking. And I'll soon announce our next chairman of the Federal Reserve, someone who believes in lower interest rates by a lot, and mortgage payments will be coming down even further. Early the new year, and you will see this, in the new year, I will announce some of the most aggressive housing reform plans in American history. A major factor in driving up housing costs was the colossal border invasion. We have never been invaded. This is the worst thing that, frankly, in my opinion, the worst thing that the Biden administration did to our country is the invasion at the border. The last administration and their allies in Congress brought in millions and millions of migrants and gave them taxpayer-funded housing while your rent and housing costs skyrocketed. Over 60% of growth in the rental market came from foreign migrants. At the same time, illegal aliens stole American jobs and flooded emergency rooms, getting free health care and education paid for by you, the American taxpayer. They also increased the cost of law enforcement by numbers so high that they are not even to be mentioned. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration as migrants go back home, leaving more housing and more jobs for Americans.
Yeah, and so he's got a lot in there. Let's talk about that. Number one, he says he's going to hire a new Fed. He's going to nominate a new Fed chairman, and that would be helpful. He thinks he can get more interest rates to come down if he has a different Fed chairman. We'll see how that works out. He's talking about the new legislation. Things are going to happen, new executive orders perhaps, that will help on the issue of affordability for housing. It is a big deal. He also points out, and I think correctly, that as many people in this country illegally had to make a choice. I can be arrested or I can go home on my own and maybe come back another time in a legal way. And I think as those people are self-deporting without any government action, it does loosen up the amount of housing in this country. So he's right about all those things. And I think it's exciting that he recognizes. I'm anxious to find out what he's going to do regarding housing. I think for a lot of people, that is, when they talk about affordability, that's the thing that is really, really hurting a lot of folks. Got to take a break here to look at what's going on with traffic and weather. More from this. And by the way, I'll just open up the phones now at 615-737-9986. What did you think about the president's speech? Let's get your thoughts right away. You're listening to Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. We're looking for a high today of about 59, but it's not going to be a completely pleasant day. It's going to be rainy, maybe stormy. There is some rain moving into our area. It is in the western part of our listing area, west of 65, and it's coming up from the south. So as the day progresses, you're going to likely need an umbrella, and you may get wet. Friday, 44 and sunny. Saturday, 58, sunny. Sunday, sunny and 49. Looking forward to Christmas Day. Cloudy, mid-60s. Not bad, not bad. We're going through Donald Trump's speech. And we're going to be taking your calls here in a moment if you have something to say, your thoughts about the speech last night. 615-737-9986. Very quickly, he pointed out another thing that has been an accomplishment, how many wars he has settled.
We have the most powerful military anywhere in the world, and it's not even close. I've restored American strength, settled 8 wars in 10 months, destroyed the Iran nuclear threat, and ended the war in Gaza, bringing for the first time in 3,000 years peace to the Middle East, and secured the release of the hostages, both living and dead.
That's right. You really, again, it happens, a drib and a drab at a time. It's kind of a drip, drip, drip thing in the news. Hey, today he settled this, and hey, today he settled that, and here's what he's doing with regard to the Mideast. And there is real value in sort of just having a moment where you enumerate these things for people who aren't paying as close attention as perhaps. And when you look at the totality of the record, it's an incredibly impressive record this president has put together in just 11 months. I've always been of the opinion, having watched several presidents, that your most productive time as a president is in your first year. You've got to hit the ground running. You have some goodwill. You can get a lot accomplished, and then you become, I think, as time goes on, less and less effective. But you've got a mandate, you've got a little juice as you come in, and he's taken full advantage of it. He really, really, truly has. How are the Democrats responding? Well, I'm going to play. Don't get too mad. Don't throw anything at your radio. Don't throw anything at me. But I'll play a little bit of Van Jones here in a bit. Do we have any phone calls there lined up for us, Sam? I can't see the screen today.
Not yet.
Okay, 615-737. What's wrong with you people? Come on. The phone lines are open. I really want to know what you think about the speech if you saw it last night. Or I've played most of it here for you this morning. 615-737-9986. While we're waiting on those phone calls to come in, Van Jones last night on CNN. Here was his response.
I am not scared of that guy.
Now, when I initially heard that, I thought, well, he liked the speech. He didn't find Trump to be scary. But that's not what he's saying.
I'm not. This is the first time I've seen a Donald Trump I'm not afraid of. He is exaggerating how bad things were.
I'm not sure that's true.
That's okay. He's exaggerating how good things are. That is great for us.
I don't think that he is exaggerating, but go ahead.
That is fantastic. His big threat to Democrats is he was more in touch with ordinary people and everybody else. Yeah, the Democratic elite sitting up here talking big fancy words and, you know, coming up with some new thing to be worried about every day. And he was right there with the everyday people. This is not how everyday people are experiencing this economy or the country. People are scared. They are worried. They see a bunch of things that are happening that seem completely out of control. They're seeing shootings happening all over the place. This reverse migration is happening because rather than going after the cartels, these ICE agents are going after nannies and stuff. So the Latin community is backing off. So this is the first time you've seen a Donald Trump. He sounded a little scared. He sounded a little nervous. I don't know. Maybe he was just going too fast. I don't want to read anything into that. But I think if you're a Democrat who's sitting here tonight biting your nails, is this guy going to kill us, crush us? I think this is a beatable guy next year, and I think he proved it tonight.
Well, there you go. Predictable commentary from the left. They think they can beat this guy. With who? Well, I mean, the midterm elections, who knows how that's going to go. If history is our guide, the party in power generally does not do very well in the midterm elections. And I'm really worried about the House of Representatives, less worried about the Senate. But it could be a real ugly election. But I don't think it's going to happen, because I think, as Donald Trump said last night, there are things on the horizon that are going to dramatically change the economic situation, and people do vote their pocketbooks. So if Donald Trump can, keep the sort of the foaming at the mouth commentary that he occasionally unleashes on us at bay, and continue to perform like he did last night, which I think was a great speech, I don't think that the midterms are going to be that horrible. But history as a guide, Van Jones thinks he's beatable. I don't think Van Jones understands how effective Donald Trump can be once things start to kick in. We'll call it 22 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
And coming up in the news, new information about the Hanukkah terror attack in Australia. Also, we'll tell you who just jacked up the gift pile for one local Christmas charity. Those stories coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The sounds of the holiday. Hope you're planning a good Christmas. Hope you're having a good time this holiday. Hey, listen, coming up in a moment, I got some people standing by on the phone lines, and we still want to hear what you have to say. Got room for some more calls, 615-737-9986. We'll get to that right after the news with Joan Jones on Super Talk 99.7. It is 6:30 in Nashville, Tennessee.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There are new details this morning into the investigation into that Bondi Beach terror attack during a Hanukkah celebration that happened last Sunday. It left 15 people dead and dozens others wounded.
A U.S. Homeland Security memo obtained by ABC News says lone offenders and small cells are the primary terrorist threat to the West. It also notes one of the alleged shooters, Naveed Akram, was investigated by the Australian government back in 2019 for alleged ties to an ISIS cell, but investigators determined he was not an immediate threat. Now, Australia's Prime Minister says he's pushing for new laws to crack down on hate speech and anti-Semitism.
That's ABC's Hannah Battah. A Clarksville man has been charged with second-degree murder after police say that he sold a lethal dose of fentanyl to another man. 20-year-old Matthew Mayer died as a result. Zachary Clark apparently used Instagram to communicate with Mayer the day that he died, according to police, apparently arranging a drug buy. Clark was indicted by a Montgomery County grand jury last month. He'll be arraigned early next month. The Last Minute Toy Store opens this morning. That's that program from the Davidson County Sheriff's Office that provides new toys for families who may need a little help over the holidays. Well, this year, the items available include 120 bicycles donated by comedian John Crist.
We have been so blessed by this community and the people in Nashville. I wonder what we could do to make sure every kid in Nashville has the opportunity to get a bike. So we loaded up the trucks and we came down here to the Academy Sports in Smyrna. We basically said, give us all your bikes, as many bikes as you got.
Crist is putting on a couple of shows at the Grand Ole Opry. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. There is an accident at Percy Priest this morning. It's on Bell Road at Elm Hill Marina. That's slowing traffic down. Looks like things are starting to jam up a little bit more on 24, the westbound lanes now from the Laverne area in. Also, the merge between 24 and 65. That is pretty slow this morning as well. Otherwise, things are looking good on 40 and on 65. Headed north through Franklin and Brentwood. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Oh, goodness.
It's 6:36 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Brian Wilson in the chair for Dan Mandis. Glad that you're with us on this Thursday, December 18th. A little blustery weather coming our way, so be weather aware today as we go forward. Rain is coming. Temperatures won't be too bad, but the rain is coming, and maybe stormy weather. Stormy weather. But it's after that, it looks really, really, really good. We'll get the forecast for you. You know, we've been talking a lot about the Donald Trump speech last night, and we are going to talk about other things. There are other things we got to cover. Well, before we move on in a significant way, I think I'd like to hear a little bit about what you thought about the speech, give you the chance for you to sound off. Did you like it? Did you not like it? What were your thoughts? 615-737-9986 to the phone lines we go. So, Sam, who we got lined up?
Russell from the road.
Russell's been very patient waiting. Russell, good morning. You're on with Brian Wilson on the Dan Mandis show. What do you think about it, Russell?
Good morning, Brian.
Morning.
I listened to the speech on y'all's 99.7, of course, last night because I was on the road. My problem was after the speech went really well, I thought. Problem was the commentators afterwards.
What channel were you listening to, may I ask?
ABC.
ABC. Okay, right. Yeah, it was ABC coverage, right.
And they were just kind of picking him apart like bad, 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 always bad. But they never give the man credit for the good stuff that he does. Why not? Why not? If something good happens for America, why not acknowledge it? Don't matter where it comes from.
I'm with you on that. I mean, look, I want America to succeed, and I think it is succeeding in a huge way. When it wasn't succeeding under the Biden administration, I mean, how can anybody sincerely, honestly, with any kind of intellectual integrity at all, look at the Biden administration and say, well, that was the solution. That made things better. So, you know, you have to give the man some credit for the things that he's accomplished. And I think you're right. The mainstream media just can't let go. It all comes down, it really does, to TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome. He just sets some people off, and they just lose their minds. But Trump has figured out how to use that against them, and that's what I love about it, is Trump understands that if I take popular positions, they're going to be against popular positions simply because I said I was for them. If he's for them, then they have to be absolutely 100% against it. And they find themselves aligned against very popular things like securing the border, making life more affordable, stopping wars. So I think you're right. Let's take another call, 615-737-9986. Still time for you to get in. So, Sam, what do we got there?
Kyle out in Carthage.
Hey, Kyle in Carthage, you're on with Brian. What's your thought?
Good morning, Brian. Thank you for taking the call.
You bet.
Brian, speaking of, I think President Trump is doing an excellent job. I'd say give him a chance. People ought to give him a chance. And speaking of transparency, that's to the third degree. You know, Brian, I guess I would have to use a little bit of your terminology. Maybe Rome wasn't built in one day.
Mm-hmm.
So, the radical left, I feel you ought to refer to the state of Missouri. Show me.
Right.
And I'd say dazzle me with a little brilliance. Just don't baffle me with bull shaving cream.
Oh, thank you so much. I was about to hit the red button. Or as I like to say, that's right. They ought to if I could just get one word put back into the lexicon for broadcasting, that would be it. Because I think we ought to be able to call BS when we hear it. Thank you for the call. I think it's remarkable. Look, let me just give you a real sense here of exactly how things are going. When you look at the totality of the things that Donald Trump has accomplished in 11 months, it's amazing. It truly is amazing. And he's changed the immigration conversation. He has done so much to bring world peace. He's doing things. I mean, but then what drives people nuts is that on occasion he's very bombastic. Now that's just somebody from Brooklyn. If you've ever been around people from Brooklyn, they're just sort of bombastic. So that's just part of the nature. It's part of his DNA, but it drives people nuts, and some people nuts. I sort of like it. I'm getting to the point where I sort of chuckle now. But that is the thing, and there's great value in just stopping and taking an accounting of the things that have happened. When you hear one thing today and another thing tomorrow, and it becomes sort of a. It's a drip, a little drip of news here, a little drip of news there, and at the end of the day, you don't really stop to think about the totality of accomplishments. There's real value in laying it out in a very concise, well-scripted way. I think this was a pretty good speech. I'm pretty pleased with it. The Democrats are not going to like it, and the mainstream media are not going to like it. But that doesn't matter. How did it resonate with the American people? Sam, we got anybody else real quick, or are we going to need to move on?
No, we got Shelby, who's on the road this morning.
Hello, Shelby. You're up next on the Dan Mandis Show. What do you have to say about the speech last night?
All right. Well, Mr. Dan, I appreciate you being on this morning. We missed hearing you on the radio, so it's always a treat to hear you.
Thanks.
But I just wanted to say, as an American, I was so proud to hear our president talk about giving our military money, and how much more patriotic could it be to celebrate the year our country was founded. Those men and women step up every day and do jobs that the normal American does not, and just the appreciation that I have for a president of our country to show up for them is wonderful. And that's all I got this morning. So thank you for giving me a moment on your show.
Well, you bet, Shelby. Thanks for calling us here. We really appreciate it. It'll be interesting to see, since Democrats have a history of just being against anything that Donald Trump does, will they have the temerity? Would they dare criticize the bonus for the military folks? If you missed it, the president has said that checks are on the way to every soldier, sailor, everybody in the military will get a $1,776 warrior bonus. And, that will be really helpful to military families who are struggling. We owe a debt of gratitude to the people in the military. They don't make a lot of money, and it's time, they live in hand to mouth many times. And so this will really come in handy, especially at Christmas. And I mean, if past is prologue, I think what is likely to happen is the Democrats will come out today and criticize the bonus. That's how crazy they are. They have to be against everything that Donald Trump is for, and I think it backfires on them. I'm very excited about doing that for our men and women in uniform. I think most Americans are good, but we got the money coming in through tariffs. It's not really going to be taxpayer money. It's going to be money that it was sent to us by China and other countries. So we'll be able to take that money and turn it into a bonus for the military. If the Supreme Court comes back later and says, tariffs aren't allowed, the money's already gone. What are you going to do? Spend some of that money now. And maybe, think about taxpayers. There's a lot of we're going to get a good tax cut this year, and we're going to get good returns on our IRS filings. But wouldn't it be nice to get a bonus for all of the successful things he's done? Talk about winning people over. That would be something. 45 minutes now past the hour. Time to take a look at what's going on with traffic and weather. Looking for a high today of 59 and be weather aware. Storms are possible. Let's go ahead and get one more call squeezed in here. Kevin's on the road this morning. Good morning, Kevin. You're on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, Brian. First of all, I love the fact that WTN has such a deep bench with guys like you fill it in.
Well, thank you.
In general, I like the speech. On the macro, I love everything that Trump is doing. I love the closed borders, the crackdowns, the fixing things, the peace deals he's made. But on a micro, my health care went up. My insurance premiums are going up by $100 a month this year. I'm spending more at the grocery store. I think there's better future coming, but boy, it's tough to hang on sometimes.
And I think that's probably what the polls are showing, what you're talking about. Trump is doing big things with the economy. He's trying to sort of reshape the American economy in a completely new and different way. It's revolutionary, really, what he's trying to accomplish. But it takes a while to have those things turn around. And it is going to be a little tough, I think. But, if you get a couple of $1,000s and a lower tax rate, and your IRS filings, your tax filings, if you get a refund of $2,000, that's going to help you a lot, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely will. And don't get me wrong, I still 100% support the man in the presidency. I think he's doing a far better job this administration than his first administration.
I do too.
Because he learned a lot about how to work the D.C. game.
Yeah, but I'm fond of saying, somebody said, it takes a long time to turn an aircraft carrier around. The economy and the things that were going on in this country, the bad policies of the Biden administration, disastrous policies, really, you can change them, but you don't see the impact. Well, the only impact that we really saw in short order was how quick it was and easy it was to shut down the border when you really want to shut down the border. But I said that time and time again. You can end this today, Joe Biden, but he kept saying, no, Congress needs to do this and Congress needs to. No. You could do it. You have the authority you needed, and Donald Trump has proven that. He didn't want to shut down the border. He was trying to pack a bunch of potential Democrat votes into key states. He was trying to, manipulate our political system by allowing new people to come in here and find a way to vote, to get counted for the census. That's what that was all about. And he didn't really want to. He didn't want to shut it down, that's for sure. Hey, listen, thank you so much for that. We have talked a lot over the course of the last 2 hours about this speech, and I will come back to it because I think it is the major news of the day, but there's a lot of other stuff that needs to be covered. For example, apparently, this is big news. The president is poised, thinking very positively about rescheduling marijuana. There was a big health care vote in the House of Representatives yesterday. What was that all about? And, we've just got a lot of stuff to plow through, so hang with us. We'll be back with more of it. Right now, we'll call it 50 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
Coming up, a Christmas gift for the nation's military members. Also, President Trump is leaving his mark on the White House once again. Wait till you hear what he's done now. Those stories coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 55 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in the chair for Dan Mandis, who will return to his show on tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, 5 a.m., Dan Mandis will be back. He'll be rested, he'll be tan, he'll be ready. Okay, that may be a little much, but he'll be definitely in the chair. And he'll be making the needle bounce and talking about stuff, and the Nashville Morning News will return to its rightful owner on tomorrow. And I will be filling in for Chris Hand tomorrow as he takes a little time around the holidays, and I'll be with you some next week as well on the run up to Christmas. So I'm very happy to, have a platform to rant, because I'm telling you, this bulldog you see behind me on Super Talk TV sitting on the couch sleeping, she gets tired of me just constantly ranting. She's the only one to listen. ICE has arrested 223 illegal aliens in an Indiana highway operation. 146 of them were truck drivers. If you're driving on the roads right now, take a look around at how many big rigs there are. If you're on I-40 especially, it seems to me a lot of big rig trucks on I-40 making their way across the country. Because the white line is the lifeline to our country. But one way or the other, they're out there doing it, and many of them are not legal. We have a lot of illegal drivers, and there have been some states that have handed out what is called a CDL license like they're candy to anybody who shows up. More than half, I think it was 53% of the CDL license issued by the state of New York were issued to people who are not American citizens. And so they set up a little roadblock there in Indiana and checked up on people and made sure that they could speak English. It's required. They found a lot of people who were driving trucks, should not have been driving trucks. Immigration's Custom Enforcement arrested 223 illegal aliens during a joint highway enforcement operation in northwest Indiana, writes the Populous Times, with 146 taken into custody identified as truck drivers, according to an announcement by Secretary Kristi Noem, reported by the Gateway Pundit. The enforcement action was conducted in coordination with the Indiana State Police. You drive through Indiana. The Indiana State Police are serious. Under the federal 287 program, took place along major highways near the Illinois border as part of the Chicago-based Operation Midway Blitz. Federal and state officials said the operation targeted individuals connected to a range of criminal offenses, including driving under the influence, drug trafficking, burglary, assault, child abuse, domestic battery, prostitution, and fraud. Authorities reported more than 40 of those arrested have been issued commercial driver's license primarily from, what do these states have in common? Illinois, California, and New York. ICE has also carried out roadside enforcement actions in several other states. I'm going to leave you with the thoughts of Gordy McGill, who's written a very nice article for piratewires.com. I found it on piratewires.com. And he talks about, what's really going on out there. Here's how he wrapped up his very interesting essay. All of this could have been avoided if we had honored the skill and craft of American truckers rather than believing the wage-suppressing lies about a supposed shortage, which led the Biden administration to needlessly flood the trucking market with insourced, often fraudulent labor. Perhaps we also need to focus on human solutions, like better working conditions for American truckers and reasons for our most competent to stay in the job, rather than accelerated automatic licensing and tracking, which is only facilitating more problems than it seems to solve. News from the world of trucking. Listen, you need to be careful around these big rigs. We got a lot of good truckers out there. And we got some that should not be driving. That's a danger to you and your loved ones. It is 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We are halfway through the show. Time for the news with Joan Jones.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It's going to be breezy and showery today. So, yeah, we've got some rain moving in, maybe even some thunderstorms. Stick around for the forecast coming up right after the news. In the news this morning, the nation's military members are getting a so-called warrior dividend.
In honor of our nation's founding in 1776, we are sending every soldier $1,776. Think of that.
Think of that. That announcement came last night during President Trump's nearly 20-minute address to the nation. President Trump saying that the money will be delivered before Christmas. Also in that speech, a promise that Americans would begin to see the results of his One Big Beautiful Bill in 2026. The president touting his accomplishments.
Our border is secure. Inflation is stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our nation is strong. America is respected. And our country is back, stronger than ever before.
He also promised reduced prices for prescription drugs next year. A Dixon County teenager is dead after trying to escape her ex-boyfriend's car. Channel 4's Dryden Quigley says 17-year-old Taylor Rattery had just left work.
Dixon police say she was picked up by her ex-boyfriend, 18-year-old Hunter Jackson. They say as they got to this traffic light, Taylor tried to jump out of Jackson's car. Then he shot her. She was found by police and taken to Skyline, where she died from her gunshot wound.
It was very sad. It was very just like a wow moment. You just have to kind of sit and think like that's someone that is no longer here with us.
Her family shared these photos of Taylor. They say she had big dreams for the future and was excited to start college next year.
The ex-boyfriend Hunter Jackson's now in jail on a $3 million bond. He's been charged with murder. Well, maybe you've seen the White House Presidential Walk of Fame. You know, those famed photos of the nation's presidents near the entrance to the Oval Office, created by President Trump. You know, the photo of Joe Biden is actually a picture of an auto pen. Well, now there are plaques below the photos with historical content and maybe a little opinion, too. Here's CNN's Caitlin Collins.
They almost read some of them like Truth Social posts, including the ones under President Obama's that says he was one of the most divisive political figures in American history. Under President Biden's, it describes him as Sleepy Joe Biden and also says that he was the worst U.S. president in history.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt confirming that some of those plaques were handwritten by President Trump. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. A major $6 billion deal involving President Trump's social media company was just announced this morning.
The Trump Media and Technology Group is announcing plans to merge with TAE Technologies. That is a fusion power company.
That's CNBC's Becky Quick. TAE is developing nuclear fusion to help generate electricity aimed at those electricity-eating data centers. Well, remember Devin Nunes, the former congressman from California? He is going to be the CEO of this new company. Stock futures on the plus side. The Dow futures are up 66. NASDAQ futures gaining 194. S&P futures are up 27. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Slow moving and heavy volume on 24 westbound this morning. Laverne all the way in. It's also really slow on 65 this morning, north of Millersville, all the way into the merge with 24. Heavy volume there. Looking good on 40 so far this morning. Just a minor delay heading westbound in the Lebanon area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 7:07. Good morning, everyone. You're listening to Nashville's Morning News. It is Brian Wilson in the chair until 9 o'clock, filling in for Dan Mandis. Dan Mandis back tomorrow. Chris Hand will come in at 9 o'clock and carry on. He carries on and on for 3 hours, and then Chad Benson carries on, and then Matt Murphy. So a good day to be, sort of stationed here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As you know, the president spoke to the nation last night, his first national address since taking office a second time in January. He's got almost a year under his belt. January 20th will be exactly a year. And I think he wanted to remind the American people who are, feeling the impact of, still feeling the impact to some degree of the Biden economy, that things are going to be better. And by the way, here are some things that we have accomplished that you may not have noticed or you may have forgotten about. I think a lot of people forget. Even if you listen daily, it slips. Hey, I forgot about that. Oh, yeah, he did do that, didn't he? Yeah, well, that's a good thing. When you start to add them up, it's a real high level of accomplishment. But we've really run that for 2 hours pretty solid. I need some other news to get in here. We'll come back to it in the next hour, I assure you. But there's some other stuff that I need to get in today. If CNN is right, and I don't know that they are, but there are a lot of people saying this, the president is expected to sign an executive order with regard to reclassifying marijuana as a Schedule 3 drug. It is currently a Schedule 1. It's right up there with cocaine and heroin and other, very, very dangerous drugs are Schedule 1. Marijuana has been a Schedule 1 drug since the 1970s. But, the American people are ignoring it widely. I mean, in this country right now, roughly half of the states have legalized recreational marijuana, and a few have also made it at least available medical marijuana. In the state of Tennessee, that has come up time and time and time again in the state legislature, and there just doesn't seem to be the political will to change that in the state of Tennessee like they changed. I mean, there's some states out there that have legalized marijuana that were just quite frankly surprising to me. I mean, I was really surprised. There is no more conservative state. It is the belt buckle in the Bible Belt. Oklahoma has recreational marijuana available to all of its residents. I was surprised by that. So it's very surprising, but about half the states have done it. Now, what will this executive order do? And I think it's important to understand the things that it will not do. For one thing, it will not legalize on a federal level marijuana. So don't get that. I mean, it's a step in that direction. And things change incrementally in politics. Maybe, that puts us a step closer to it, but it's not happening yet. In other words, this is not legalization of marijuana. But what has happened? Let's see if I can give you a little background on what it actually will do. There are many stories out here. I happen to pull this one from CBS. It's a pretty fair assessment, though. President Trump expected to sign an executive order on Thursday, today, that would reschedule marijuana to a lower drug classification, according to two sources familiar with the planning, and one of the most significant changes to drug policy in decades. One source cautioned while the plan is for the order to be signed, the timing could shift, so we'll see what happens. The order is expected to reclassify marijuana as a Schedule 1 drug, from a Schedule 1 drug to a Schedule 3. According to the Drug Enforcement Administration, Schedule 1 applies to substances with, quote, no currently accepted medical use and a high potential of abuse. The agency's most stringent classification, which is also for heroin, LSD, and ecstasy, in addition to marijuana, that's Schedule 1. Moving the drug to a lower schedule would not, I'm going to say this again, pay attention, would not change the fact that it remains illegal for recreational use at the federal level. It's a weird thing, states have decided, I think it's a states' rights issue, quite frankly. I really love states' rights issue. Let the states decide, and many of them have. But it could open the door to more research into marijuana and expanded medical uses. It might also, they say, lower the tax burden for state-licensed marijuana dispensaries in dozens of states that have legalized the drug, since federal law bars businesses that sell Schedule I substances from taking some tax deductions. Let me make a little adjustment here to my technology. Mr. Trump said Monday he is considering moving marijuana to a different schedule because there are tremendous amounts of research that can't be done unless you reclassify it. And again, many reporting that the executive order could come today, but you never know. The Biden-era Department of Health started this, but it seems that the Trump administration is going to move forward with this in some way, at least if the reporting is correct, and I believe it probably is. I see it in a lot of different places from a lot of different sources. Why is the president doing this? Well, quite frankly, I think he thinks it's the right thing to do. I think he has really thought long and hard about it. But there is a political benefit to this, according to that Harry Enton guy over at CNN. Harry, he may be at CNN, but I really like the guy. He just tells it like it is, and he's very good explaining statistics. And here's what he had to say about the marijuana issue and rescheduling it and how it would play out politically.
Yeah, this would be some of the best politics that Donald Trump has done in a long period of time if, in fact, the U.S. decides to reschedule marijuana. Why do I say this? Take a look here. Say marijuana should be legal. Now look at this. In 1969, it was just 12%. In 85, 23%. 20 years ago, it was 36%. Look at this. Nearly double from where we were just 20 years ago in terms of the percentage of Americans who say that marijuana should, in fact, be legalized in the country. 64%. 2 in 3 Americans. You rarely get 2 in 3 Americans to agree on anything, but they do, in fact, agree that marijuana should be legal. Then,
ain't that something? 2/3 of Americans now believe that.
You look in 2024, nearly half of Americans now have at least used marijuana one time, and the percentage who say they're using it right now is also near record highs.
Is it clear that the president would see a benefit potentially with any one particular group?
Listen to this.
Yeah, this is where I think it really comes in. Take a look at those under the age of 35, because they have been a real swing group, right? They swung wildly from the 2020 to 2024 election, going increasingly into the president's column. And then we've seen them actually shift back away from the president. This could be an issue that could help, among other issues, help bring them back into the president's camp. Why do I say that? Because those under the age of 35, look at that, 72% want it legal, and then you see about half have ever used marijuana. So for me, this could be a wedge issue that the president could use, in fact, against his Democratic opposition and say, hey, you know what? Democrats have talked the talk, but I'm actually going to walk the walk when it comes to legalizing marijuana.
Okay, so what are the prediction markets saying about the chances?
Well, the chances are that the prediction markets are saying there's an 88% chance that Trump will do this. So there is that. I think it's going to be interesting to watch. I won't bore you with my personal take on this, except to say that it has changed somewhat, and I do believe that there can be a medically beneficial use for THC. More research needs to be done. But at the end of the day, it's hard to discount the fact that so many people who say they have been struggling with chronic pain or other issues have turned to either THC in gummy form or marijuana in some other form as a real. It's been very helpful to them, and they are doing everything they can to make that story told. So I think there are some advantages, but the bottom line is it is still a controversial issue. And if Tennessee is any guide, there are still a lot of people in this country who have decided that they don't want it. So we'll watch for that to happen today. A little bit late getting to traffic and weather. In a moment, right after traffic and weather, I'll give you some interesting stuff with regard to the Clintons. You want to hear this. 16 past the hour. We're looking for a high today of 59, but I mean, it's blustery out there. I mean, I was just looking at my window and the wind was getting a little gusty. I'm sure my little inflatable Christmas tree is down by now. I'll have to do some repair after the show. And looking for rain today, some stormy weather. Possible. But after that, really, really nice weather. Christmas Day could be 65 degrees in Nashville, Tennessee. All right, the Clintons. This is very interesting. Chuck Grassley has finally gotten somebody at the FBI who will hand him documents to complete the investigation into the Clintons that he's been working on forever. Chuck Grassley, senator from Iowa, if you don't know, he's about 80 years old. He's a cantankerous old son of a gun, and I like him. I've always liked Chuck Grassley. He's a farmer. He's learned a lot about the law. He's very effective. And what I love about Chuck Grassley is he won't say things unless he can back them up. A lot of people, a lot of politicians will just go out there and tell you a bunch of hooey, and they can't back it up. Chuck Grassley, if he tells you something, he's got something to back it up. He's a very solid citizen in that regard. Not particularly bombastic, not somebody who's over the top. He just simply is a good legislator for the people of Iowa, and they have sent him there time after time after time, and he continues to do good work. He's been looking into the actions of the Clinton, but until we got Kash Patel and Dan Bongino over at the FBI, he couldn't get the documents. He couldn't get, until he got Pam Bondi over the Department of Justice, it was a big cover-up underway as to what the Clintons had done. Listen to this from frontpagemag.com. New FBI releases show radically different treatment of Trump and Hillary Clinton. The Biden DOJ went ahead and conducted a Banana Republic raid of Mar-a-Lago in 2022 in order to keep Biden as the nominee, a plan that ultimately failed. We all know about that. We told you yesterday, I think it was, or the day before, that the FBI agents had written letters to the file saying that we don't agree with this idea of going forward with a raid. We don't think it's necessary. We think we can make a phone call to the attorney and have the same impact. And the Biden DOJ said, I don't give a rat's you-know-what about how this looks. I want you to go in there with, the guns and the bolt cutters, and I want you to go through every inch. It was a big fishing expedition is what it was. All covered up in the well, they may have some classified documents. Turns out maybe there were a few there. Could have easily been resolved, as it has been with past presidents. So anyway, where is the difference? This guy continues, I cannot say this enough, but Biden and the media hated Attorney General Merrick Garland because they didn't feel he's been aggressive enough going after Trump. Every abuse we saw was still woefully insufficient. And then they talk about, in contrast, you have to look at how this contrasts against the treatment given of Hillary Clinton. On July 20th, 2016, 111 days before the 2016 election, an agent with the FBI's Criminal Investigative Division ordered that based on the sensitivity surrounding the Clinton Foundation, agents were prohibited from issuing subpoenas, conducting interviews, or sharing information related to the case with other offices so as to avoid creating any impression that they were investigating the Clinton Foundation and the Clintons. There was a big pay-to-play scam going on. I think if you wanted to get before Hillary Clinton some matter at the State Department, the way you got that accomplished was you made a big donation to the Clinton Foundation, which really didn't do much except fund the Clintons.
Yeah, this would be some...
Excuse me. Federal investigators looked into a wide range of potential pay-to-play and foreign influence schemes tied to the Clinton Foundation, but their inquiry was stymied from above when the Democrats were in charge. But now that we're getting these documents, it is pretty eye-opening what was going on with the Clinton family. Really amazing stuff. Documents turned over by FBI Director Kash Patel and Attorney General Pam Bondi show that career agents and line prosecutors at the FBI and DOJ believe the Clinton Foundation saga may have been a criminal one, but orders from leaders such as then Deputy Attorney General Sally Yates, I remember her, and then FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe slow-walked and stonewalled the inquiry to the point where it was hobbled. Here's the thing. The Democrats were in charge, and people like Andrew McCabe and Sally Yates and other people at the Department of Justice and the FBI did not like Donald Trump, and they wanted to do everything they could to be an impediment to his reelection or his election, the initial election in 2016. So they were going to make sure that nothing harmed the Clintons, but they didn't give that same kind of courtesy to Trump when they raided Mar-a-Lago. Do you see where I'm headed with all of this? This goes on, and this is a very good, I'm going to recommend this to you, justthenews.com. The headline is, FBI memos detail a half dozen pay-to-play allegations involving Hillary Clinton and her foundation. It is a very detailed accounting based on actual documents that we have now uncovered and been handed to Chuck Grassley, and Chuck Grassley has handed them to the media for some reporting. It really was pretty egregious what the Democrats were doing. They had one standard if you were a Democrat, and then a different standard if you weren't. And that's not the way the law is supposed to work. 23 past the hour.
And coming up, President Trump's year-end address. We'll tell you some of the things he's hit on. Also, someone's stealing cell phones and wiping out bank accounts in Nashville. Those stories coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, listen, we're looking at the radar, and a lot of rain has moved into our area. If you're south of Nashville on I-65, you're in it right now. It's raining in Dixon. It's raining in Columbia. It is raining in Shelbyville. It's going to be raining over. Everybody's going to get rain today, and blustery weather. So keep an eye on the weather today. It's just got to be a little not that cold, but a little blustery, and some people are saying maybe the weather it bears some watching. We could get some severe weather as we go forward, so keep an eye on it. Coming up in the next hour, we'll get into some other topics. Coming up in the next half hour, I have some topics that we haven't crossed yet, and in the 8 o'clock hour, we'll go back in case you've missed it, our thoughts about the president's speech last night. It is time for the news with Joan Jones at 7:30.
Good morning. It is now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And we begin with some breaking news here. We've just learned that police are investigating fresh evidence in the Brown University shooting in Providence, Rhode Island. Here's Paul Morrow at Fox News.
They have live rounds. That is, rounds that were not fired.
Yeah, Morrow says that that's key because investigators can use the DNA that's found on the live rounds.
You have a perpetrator handling rounds that have not been exploded that are found at the scene.
Now, it is the first big break in that 5-day-old investigation. President Trump not wasting any time last night, taking less than 20 minutes to deliver a year-end speech from the White House, recapping his first 11 months in office. Here's ABC's Stephen Portnoy.
In a rapid-fire 18-minute speech from the White House tonight, the president there arguing his administration has brought down prices for goods and services ranging from hotel stays to tickets for sporting events, breakfast sausage to gasoline. He promised reduced prices for prescription drugs next year, and he announced what he called a special warrior dividend, a $1,776 bonus for American service members.
The president also promising to unveil a plan to bring about some of the most aggressive housing reform plans in American history. Some visitors to Nashville have ended up leaving town without their cell phones. That's because they were stolen as they were visiting downtown. And Channel 4's Tracy Cornett says that's not the only thing they're missing.
Thousands of dollars wired out of their bank accounts from Apple Pay. Their credit cards were also accessed. Police remind you, secure those phones and be aware of your surroundings.
Metro Nashville police have a suspect that they'd like to talk to about those thefts. Now, I've added that story to my X account. You can check it out there because it's got his photo there. Call Crime Stoppers. If you recognize him, you can find me on X at Joan Jones WTN. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got an accident in Hendersonville. This is on Long Hollow Pike at New Shackle Island Road. A crash there. Also in Gallatin on Long Hollow Pike at Highway 109. That's the scene of another accident. And one more in Whitebridge Pike at Charlotte Pike. Very slow going this morning on 24 westbound. It is really jammed up on 65 south and 24 heading eastbound this morning at the merge there especially. And slow going now on 65 heading north. Looks like it's all the way from the Spring Hill area into Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 18 minutes. I'm sorry, I misread the screen. It's 37 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Focus, Brian. More coffee for Mr. Wilson, please. Listen, there's a lot going on here today. Brian Wilson filling in for Dan Mandis, and we will get back in the 8 o'clock hour, I assure you, into Trump's speech, and we'll take some of your calls and play out some of the sound in case you missed it. The headline, I think, is, number one, it was a real good accounting of what has been accomplished in the first 11 months of the Trump administration, second term, and also the real big nugget of news is we're sending $1,776 to every man, woman who works for the military as sort of a Christmas bonus. The money will not come from taxpayers. It will come from those the funds that have come in with regard to tariffs. And so that'll be happening. As he said last night, the checks are already in the mail. Those are the big headlines. We'll get into it in a deeper way, I assure you. But if I could, Joan, if you're there, I got a question.
Yeah.
That was a really interesting report you had about the latest information out of Brown University, where they're investigating an attack that killed 2 and injured 9. I read where 8 of the 9 are still in critical condition. So, it was a very heinous attack. And Brown seems to be, and the local authorities there, I don't know, they seem to be like the gang that
couldn't shoot straight.
Can't shoot straight. Yeah, they are really dropping the ball on this.
The inability for them to, they have absolutely no footage from within the building. How can you have an urban campus and have 0 cameras inside a building to be able to identify somebody who's done something like this?
I'm wondering whether or not there are cameras, and they're just not willing to admit that there are cameras. For example, I heard that there was cameras in the classroom, and that it didn't show the shooter because it was in the back of the room where the shooter was. So it didn't show him, so they're not releasing it. But the bottom line is, they seem to be really nervous about something.
Yes.
And I think what it is that there is a suspicion, and it is a suspicion at this point. We don't have any solid information on it, that maybe this was a targeted attack. The individual yelled something.
Yes.
At the beginning of the attack.
But they won't say what it is.
And they
that
won't
he yelled.
say what it was.
Yeah.
Why won't you tell us what he said?
And oftentimes, what do we hear about attacks like this? And what's being yelled? Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, right.
I don't think it's a stretch to say that could be it.
Well, has anybody asked us? I haven't caught all of the briefings, but they've been so disastrous each and every time. The reporters are getting very frustrated. The people there are getting frustrated. If you had a student at Brown, you're probably pretty hacked off right now because you can't get anything out of these people. Even the simplest things that should be just what. Do you know anything about the weapon? Well, apparently we knew a lot about the weapon because we have bullets now, right?
We have live rounds that apparently, so the same thing happened when Luigi Mangione, went to shoot the CEO of the healthcare company. His gun jammed, so he had to try to get the jam undone. So he chambered, he had a round chambered, and he got rid of that round and tried again. Well, apparently that happened here as well. So that he cocked the gun, or I don't know what the term is, but he tried again to get another round, and one of the rounds.
Another round in the
racked
chamber,
another
right.
round. Thank you, I couldn't think of that word. And he racked another round, and the bullet that was in the chamber fell out. The bullet that was jamming, and that's what was found on the ground. Now, of course, he had to put that bullet into the magazine in the first place. So if he was using his bare hands, he's got prints on that bullet.
So yeah, so that and prints, and not only that, potentially DNA.
Yes.
And so if they can figure out, if they get an arrest, they would have a pretty strong case because they may well have fingerprints and DNA on that bullet. So, but they don't seem to have a clue who this person is. Or if they do, they're not sharing who they think it is.
Yeah. It's very baffling. It's baffling. But if you remember the Brian Kohberger case out in Iowa.
I can't remember.
So he's the one that stabbed the 4 classmates at the university. It seemed as though they didn't know what they were talking about for a long time there, too. And when they did finally present who he was and the evidence that they had against him, you went, okay, they knew who they were looking for all along. They had to find him. So I'm hoping that that's what this case is as well. They really do know more than they seem to know. I can't just, it baffles me.
I think there is a political sensitivity here. I mean, it sort of feels that way to me.
Yeah.
That they feel like that, there is a political element to this attack. I mean, first of all, one of the people who was killed, there's probably not 2 Republican students on the entire Brown campus, but she was the president of the Young Republicans.
Yeah.
So was it a targeted attack? They say no.
They're also not saying how many shots she took, because there are reports, and I don't know if they're valid, that she took more shots than just one. So that seems targeted to her, right?
Right. And the other individual was a foreign student who had a reputation, actually. He wanted to be a brain surgeon or some kind of neurosurgeon. And he was very smart. And he was actually there assisting the other students who were getting ready for their finals to prep for it. So no good deed goes unpunished, as they say. And what a sad thing that is. And he is a foreign exchange student, it appears. And maybe there's something to that. I don't know what it is, but I'm tired of looking at this porky guy wandering around the streets. They don't have a clue as to what was going on. And it seems to be just mistake after mistake after mistake. And if they know more than they're saying, okay, fine. But there's something that you need to think about here. And that is, when you have a case like that, you got to protect the case, and I get that. But not every piece of information is going to be something that you need to protect.
Yes.
What kind of weapon is it? We almost always get that. And then like the first few minutes of a case, it's in the first press conference, we generally know what kind of weapon it was. And why are they being so weird about that? And who was this person that they thought was it? And then they had to release him.
And then they let him go.
Fair enough. Maybe you don't want to mention the person's name if there's no charges being brought.
Sure.
But tell us a little more about how you came to think that person was the person. And I'd like to know, just the reporters are, I think, asking pretty good questions, best I can tell. But they're getting nothing from these folks. And they just seem to be walking around. They look a little hapless, as the word that comes to mind. Hapless.
The second press conference that they held, they were actually congratulating, the mayor of the town was congratulating everyone for the hard work they're putting in. And I'm thinking, are you kidding me?
This is what you do. This is your job.
You haven't found the shooter, and you got some people dead and some in critical condition in the hospital, and you're congratulating each other?
Yeah.
No.
I don't know, but there's something. When things don't make sense, I have a theory about this. Mm-hmm. In the news, when you're telling a story and you look at it and you say, this doesn't make any sense at all, something is missing. There is a fact, not an evidence, that you don't know. And maybe they've got more than, maybe you're right, maybe they got more than they're saying. Maybe they're being ultra protective of the prosecution of the case that will come.
I hope that's the case.
But it doesn't feel that way. Yeah. It just feels like they don't have a clue as to what they're doing. And the person in charge of Brown University, I forget what they call it, but that person is an idiot.
The provost,
the provost,
female?
that's it.
Yes, Christina Paxson.
She's as dumb as a box of rocks. And then really, honestly, it's embarrassing. She doesn't know anything. She didn't know anything about what the basic facts, the who, what, when, where, and why, she didn't have.
Right.
Days after the attack. She still, maybe she's in shock. I don't know. But
maybe she's not interested.
Or maybe she just doesn't want to say anything because it's going to reflect poorly on Brown. And I think there are probably some real questions here about security on that campus, about cameras on that campus. All in all, there's more to that story than we have heard. I've run over because I got a little animated here, and you did too. Let's go to weather and traffic very quickly at 47 past the hour. We're looking at rain right now. If you're south of Nashville, the rain's moving into Nashville proper right now. South on 65, a lot of rain. But everybody within the sound of my voice is going to get wet to some degree before this day is over. The winds are blustery. I've been watching out my window here from my studio in bucolic Watertown, and the trees are whipping around. And my poor inflatable Christmas tree that I put up at the last minute because I had to put up at least one tree is really taking the brunt of it this morning. It's not pretty. So, be weather aware today. But after we get through this, a little cooler tomorrow, nice weather for days to come. Right now, we have a temperature of 46 degrees, and it is raining in parts of our listening area. Will rain before the day is over. Here's just a little bit more on the Brown University thing. This is from the Epoch Times. Authorities on Tuesday shared a new video timeline and a clearer image of the suspect, though investigators did not indicate that they had moved any closer to knowing the shooter's identity. The FBI, in conjunction with the Providence Police Department and Rhode Island State Police, released an updated video timeline. Thank goodness the FBI is involved in this. The video timeline was released after federal authorities on Monday shared photos and video of a suspect in the shooting over the weekend that left 2 dead, 9 others injured, as a person of interest detained earlier was released without charges. One of the 9 wounded remained in critical condition Monday, 7 critical but stable. I think 1 has been released. $50,000 reward has been offered for information. 1 individual detained Sunday as a person of interest was released due to insufficient evidence. We know that. The suspect is considered armed and dangerous, but they keep saying, well, but, we don't think people, by and large, are in danger. But if there's somebody out there who has committed an attack and they're armed and dangerous and you don't know who they are and you don't know where they are, how can you say that? Look, I'm hoping we get a little break in this thing. I'd like to see it happen for sure. We'll keep you abreast of all that. Very quickly, on the Rob Reiner attack that occurred on, I guess it was this weekend, that left Rob Reiner and his wife dead, and their son has been charged with the case. He showed up in his first court appearance wearing a suicide prevention vest. He's on suicide watch. And it'll be interesting to see whether they try to put up an insanity defense here. But very tragic thing there. 50 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
Coming up here at 8 o'clock, a human smuggling ring busted in Smithville. This one involved Mexican children. Also, President Trump announces Freedom 250. We'll tell you what's happening in the U.S. for our 250th birthday. That and more coming up here at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's 56 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. You know, as the big news of the day is, of course, the president's speech last night. There is a lot to unpack there, and we've taken a break this hour from it, but we'll get back to that story, I promise you, in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll get right up to it, and you'll get all of the, if you missed it, you'll hear it. We'll open up the phone line so you can offer your opinion if you watched it, or you hear it here and you want to have some reaction to it in the 8 o'clock hour. I promise you we will. In the next few minutes, however, let me read this other story that I think, it's a local story, and I think it's probably not going to get a lot of play, but it should, because I think that in the state of Tennessee, I love Tennessee. I love the politics in Tennessee. I think we generally are doing a lot of good. We do a lot of things right. I like the fact that we don't have any state income tax, and I like the way that we rule in the state of Tennessee. Our elected leaders and our policies, I think, are the right ones. I don't think we're doing a great job with education. Bill Lee, the governor's tried to do some things with some kind of programs where you can go to private school and get, what's the word I'm looking for? It won't come to me. I'm sorry. My mind is mush today. But, you get money from the state in the form of a grant to go to a private school. Subsidies of some kind. And I like that idea. But there's this. A new report from the Beacon Center of Tennessee warns that the state's K-12 education system is failing to prepare many students for today's workforce, despite record-high graduation rates and significant investments in career and technical education. This, according to the Tennessee Star, the report stressed that while job opportunities in the volunteer state are increasing, the state's education system has not kept pace with the skills required for such roles. Here we go. There's some of the numbers that come from this poll. A lot of high school kids are saying that they feel like they are not prepared to move into the, here it is. The report cites data showing a majority of Tennessee graduates feel traditional high school failed to prepare them for a job, while Tennessee business leaders feel there are not enough locally trained workers for their employment needs. These findings, the report notes, come as Tennessee experienced rapid growth in high-tech industries. Companies such as Oracle, Amazon, Google, XAI expanding operations in the volunteer state, accompanied by continued shortages in skilled trades. So there are jobs available. Are we training them for those jobs? A Beacon Center highlighted CTE as one of the most successful tools for addressing the gap, noting that students who complete a CTA concentration graduate at significantly higher rates than the statewide average. The report released on Monday noted that the Tennessee College of Applied Technology has increased by nearly 70% over the past 5 years, signaling strong demand for applied workforce-focused education. I had long conversations with my daughter when it was time for her to start thinking about what it is she wanted to go to college for. And I do think that a good college education is the way to go for a lot of things. She wanted to be an architectural engineer, and she graduated with honors. I'm so proud of her. But the thing about it is that you need a college degree. If you're going to be building buildings, we don't want to have, engineers who don't have college degrees, building buildings because they'll fall down. We want people building aircrafts who will fly and not break apart. We want engineers who know what they're doing. We want doctors who know what they're doing. But, so they need that kind of education. But for many people, they go and they get an English degree, a degree in French literature. You might as well have a degree in underwater basket weaving. It's worthless. What do you do with that? Go out there and get a degree that will get you a job. I had that conversation with my daughter, and she picked up on it. We need to not look down in any way at people who decide to go to a trade school. That is, for many people, a really good outcome and a very good living. We'll get into the president's speech last night coming up after the news. Right now, 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and we have breaking news on the economy. A closely watched measure of inflation, the Consumer Price Index, released just moments ago, and it showed consumer prices rose at a 2.7% rate year over year. That was lower than expected, and economists thought it would be more like 3%. Today's report giving some credence to President Trump's claims that prices are not skyrocketing, as legacy media outlets have been reporting. We'll see what that's doing to our stock futures this morning in just a moment. A human smuggling ring involving children has been busted in Smithville, DeKalb County. Police there started investigating after a young girl escaped and went to a police station to say that she had been brought to the U.S. to work at Chabolita's restaurant and market, along with 3 other boys. Investigators say 2 smugglers tied to Mexican drug cartel transported those kids across the border in Arizona and then forced them to work. The kids are now in the hands of the Department of Children's Services, and the 2 adults are now in custody. They're saying, police there are saying there may be more arrests coming. The search is on this morning for a missing toddler and his mother. The TBI saying that 2-year-old Beckham Coleman went missing from Dyer County this morning, and he may be in danger. He may be with his mother, 39-year-old Amy Coleman, traveling in a gray Honda Odyssey with Tennessee plates. Those plates, 367 BPTX. Now, you can check out their photos and a photo of that van. It's on my X account this morning. Find me at Joan Jones WTN. Nick Reiner will not be back in court for a few weeks now after his high-powered attorney asked a judge to postpone his arraignment on his parents' deaths until January. ABC's Trevor Alt is in Los Angeles.
2 other children of the Reiners, Jake and Romy, they issued a joint statement. They said, and I'm quoting here, "Words cannot even begin to describe the unimaginable pain we are experiencing every moment of the day."
Nick Reiner could face the death penalty. And just this morning, President Trump kicked off America's celebration of its 250th birthday with what he calls Freedom 250. Now, in a video message, the president says that among the events, the lighting of the Washington Monument, a state fair happening on the National Mall, and what he calls the Patriot Games.
In the fall, we will host the first ever Patriot Games, an unprecedented 4-day athletic event featuring the greatest high school athletes, 1 young man and 1 young woman from each state and territory. But I promise there will be no men playing in women's sports. You're not going to see that. You'll see everything but that.
One more highlight, a tour featuring cabinet officials and local and state leaders visiting schools across the country to highlight America's history. We've got that full video available for you. It's on my X account. You can find me there again at Joan Jones WTN. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. That lighter than expected CPI reading helping stock futures to bounce up a little bit here. Dow futures right now plus 228. The Nasdaq futures are up 343. The S&P futures gaining 54. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. It looks like there's a reason why it's all backed up on 65 North in the Brentwood area. It's because of a crash. 65 North at Concord Road, exit 71. It's taking out the HOV lane. Also 24 West, all jammed up this morning. That's heavy volume all the way back to the Murfreesboro area. And even beyond that, you do have delays as well on 40 heading westbound into Nashville, and both on 24 and 65 South heading in from the north, especially at the merge there. You're going to find things very slow going. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good evening, America. 11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it.
That's how Donald Trump started last night, his speech to the nation, his first full-blown national address to the nation since he took office the second time on January 20th. He, of course, he's given big speeches, but it's a very different thing when you do an Oval Office address. And there was a lot there that we need to go through, a lot of stuff that I think bears some listening to. I think it was a good speech. What is it all about? Well, mostly it was about recounting the things that have been accomplished, and I think that's important because, well, the polls, quite frankly, they're looking at the polls, and they're coming to the conclusion that the American people are very frustrated, especially about the situation with economics. There's a lot of good news in that regard, but you don't hear a lot about it on a day-to-day basis. And he understands that people, so he wanted to make the case that we are fixing the broken government. Here is how he opened up to about 2.5, maybe 3 minutes of his opening last night on that you heard on Super Talk 99.7 and elsewhere.
Good evening, America. 11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it. When I took office, inflation was the worst in 48 years, and some would say in the history of our country, which caused prices to be higher than ever before, making life unaffordable for millions and millions of Americans. This happened during a Democrat administration, and it's when we first began hearing the word affordability. Our border was open, and because of this, our country was being invaded by an army of 25 million people, many who came from prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums. They were drug dealers, gang members, and even 11,888 murderers, more than 50% of whom killed more than one person. This is what the Biden administration allowed to happen to our country, and it can never be allowed to happen again.
I think it's important. Excuse me. I think it's very important to point out the mess he inherited. Have we forgotten? Americans have incredibly short memories when it comes to this kind of stuff. Can anybody legitimately say that they think that the Biden administration was more effective than the Trump administration? If they are, they're idiots, because you cannot make that argument. The facts are absolutely in evidence that Donald Trump has accomplished. Now, you may not like some of the things he's accomplished, but he's accomplishing. He's getting things done. He's turning the economy around. He solved the border problem. But I think over time, what happens here is that we forget. You know, we may hear it one day, and then it slips from our memory. We don't think about it anymore. Hear about this one day, and then it sort of slips away. You need from time to time to do that compendium of this. I will say this about Bill Clinton: was a great communicator. I covered him. I didn't like his policies a lot of the time on a personal level, but my job was to cover him. And when he would give a speech, he had a 2-paragraph, very succinct list of accomplishments. It was 2 paragraphs. He could rattle it off in 35, 40 seconds. And he did it every time he was near an open mic. Because you need to be reminded of the things you've accomplished. People forget. They don't pay attention. A lot of Americans, don't listen to the news the same way that you and I do. They listen, with half an ear, and they don't pay that close attention. So maybe, at a time when Americans are expressing the fact that they're a little worried about the economy, maybe times are tough, I think they need to be reminded, well, it's better than it was under Biden, and it's going to get better as we go forward. Here's more from the president.
And it can never be allowed to happen again. We had men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, crime at record levels with law enforcement, and words such as that just absolutely forbidden. We had the worst trade deals ever made, and our country was laughed at from all over the world. But they're not laughing anymore. Mm-hmm. Over the past 11 months, we have brought more positive change to Washington than any administration in American history. There's never been anything like it, and I think most would agree. I was elected in a landslide, winning the popular vote and all 7 swing states and everything else, with a mandate to take on a sick and corrupt system that really just took the wealth from people and crushed the dreams of the American people. For the last 4 years, the United States was ruled by politicians who fought only for insiders, illegal aliens, career criminals, corporate lobbyists, prisoners, terrorists, and above all, foreign nations, which took advantage of us at levels never seen before. They flooded your cities and towns with illegal aliens. They decimated your hard-earned savings. They indoctrinated your children with hate for America. They just released a level of violent felons that we had never seen to prey on innocent. They caused war. They caused mayhem. They caused a horrible situation all over the globe. But now you have a president who fights for the law-abiding, hardworking people of our country, the ones who make this nation run, who make this nation work. And after just 1 year, we have achieved more than anyone could have imagined.
I think that's fair. I mean, some Democrats are not going to like everything that this president does, but I got to tell you, it's a fair assessment of his record. He has stopped wars. He has cleaned up the border situation. Something that remember how it was with Joe Biden? He kept saying, well, we got to have Congress take it. No, Congress didn't need to take any action. All they needed to do would be enforce the laws that were on the books, and they didn't want to do that. We forget how bad it was. And so, yeah, are some people out there really struggling? Yeah, I get it. And man, my heart goes out to you. I understand. Things are tighter for everyone. But we are still reeling from the economic policies of a disastrous presidency. And it's changing. And change is on the horizon. More from the president's speech. And by the way, phone lines are now officially open at 615-737-9986. If you heard the president's speech last night, or if you've listened to it now and you have some thoughts about it, what did you think about President Donald Trump's speech to the nation last night? 615-737-9986. Quick pause here for traffic and weather. All right, and we're looking at rain today, stormy weather possible, and a temperature somewhere around, 50 degrees, maybe 59 degrees. But then after that, sunshine, abundant sunshine for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, with temperatures reaching almost 60 degrees on Saturday. So a good deal of good weather ahead. And Christmas Day looking like it's going to be cloudy and 60s, mid-60s. You can go out with all your new toys, kiddos. All right. Trump speaking last night. And again, the phone lines are open, 615-737-9986. We'll probably go to those calls after the bottom of the hour. The Trump economy, He wants you to know it's getting better as we go forward.
And for the first time in years, wages are rising much faster than inflation. Remember that. The wages, just look at it. Wages are going up much faster than inflation. How big is that? Very importantly, there are more people working today than at any time in American history, and 100% of all jobs created since I took office have been in the private sector. Think of that. 100% of all jobs have been in the private sector rather than government, which is the only way to make a country powerful and great. This historic trend will continue. Already, I've secured a record-breaking $18 trillion of investment into the United States, which means jobs, wage increases, growth, factory openings, and far greater national security. Much of this success has been accomplished by tariffs. My favorite word, tariffs, which for many decades have been used successfully by other countries against us, but not anymore.
You know what some of that tariff money is going to be used for? A nice little Christmas bonus for our military men and women.
Think of this, 1,450,000 military service members will receive a special, we call Warrior Dividend before Christmas, a Warrior Dividend. In honor of our nation's founding in 1776, we are sending every soldier $1,776. Think of that. And the checks are already on the way. Nobody understood that one until about 30 minutes ago.
Slipped that one in on everybody, didn't he? I like that idea. And, of course, who can be against it? Even the Democrats are going to have a hard time being against a bonus for our fighting men and women who live hand to mouth while they're out there defending our freedom.
We made a lot more money than anybody thought because of tariffs, and the bill helped us along. Nobody deserves it more than our military, and I say congratulations to everybody. And by the way, we now have record enlistment in our military, and last year we had among the worst recruitment numbers in our military's history. What a difference a year makes. In addition, I'm doing what no politician of either party has ever done.
Well, I'll get into that in just a moment. There's a lot to unpack here, and he basically went out there and said that we're getting it done, that there is help on the way. Tax cuts haven't even started to kick in yet. Hang on, everybody. It's going to be fine. A lot to unpack here from the president, and he's also talking a great deal about the border. Let's get some of that in there. Here's the president talking about the crackdown on the border and the drugs that he accomplished in relatively short order.
Immediate action to stop the invasion of our southern border. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been allowed into our country, a feat which everyone said was absolutely impossible. Do you remember when Joe Biden said that he needed Congress to pass legislation to help close the border? He was always blaming Congress and everyone else. As it turned out, we didn't need legislation. We just needed a new president. We inherited the worst border anywhere in the world, and we quickly turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. In other words, in a few short months, we went from worst to best. We're deporting criminals, restoring safety to our most dangerous cities. Just take a look at Washington, D.C. It's at levels of safety that we've never seen before. And they decimated the bloodthirsty foreign drug cartels. We did that all by ourselves with our people, and we're so proud of it because they were poisoning and destroying our population. Drugs brought in by ocean and by sea are now down 94%.
94%. That's really quite remarkable. Well, here, before we go to your phone calls after the news, I want you to hear the big wrap-up. I thought it was a good and very effective wrap to a very effective speech.
For so long as before my election, the vast majority of good and decent Americans were forced to watch as corrupt politicians plundered the halls of power, exploited our taxpayers, and pillaged every system that makes civilized society function. But not anymore, and you see that every day, not anymore. We're putting America first, and we are making America great again. Very simple. We are making America great again. Tonight, after 11 months, our border is secure. Inflation is stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our nation is strong. America is respected. And our country is back, stronger than ever before. We're poised for an economic boom, the likes of which the world has never seen. Soon we will host the World Cup and the Olympics, both of which I got. But most importantly, we will celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. There could be no more fitting tribute to this epic milestone than to complete the comeback of America that began just 1 year ago. When the world looks at us next year, let them see a nation that is loyal to its citizens, faithful to its workers, confident to its identity, certain to its destiny, and the envy of the entire globe. We are respected again like we have never been respected before. To each and every one of you, have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. God bless you all.
I thought it was very good. I think it's a very solid speech. I especially liked the tone and tenor of the speech, and I love the fact that he stuck to the script. When you see the president in front of an audience, he tends to come in and out of the script. Now, the speechwriters have gone to great lengths to give him good, solid stuff to say, and then he ad-libs around it. I don't think it's near as effective if he just gets out there, hits his mark, says what has been written for him, and then does it in a very effective, non-bombastic way. I think it works really well. And I think he knocked it out of the park last night as far as I'm concerned. I want to know what you think, however. And again, the phone lines are open at 615-737-9986. Get on the line right now. What did you think about the president's speech? Did you like it? Did you not like it? Your calls coming up here on Super Talk 99.7. 23 minutes past the hour.
And coming up here at 8:30, could it be a break in the case at Brown University? We'll tell you what investigators have found. Also, we'll check out Wall Street as stocks begin trading after the government's inflation report showed things are headed in the right direction. Those stories coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It is now 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Investigators working the scene of the Brown University shooting say they have uncovered at least one live round at the scene. That means fingerprints and potentially DNA that may have been recovered there. That is key, says Fox News' Paul Morrow.
Live rounds at this scene, I think, is a hopeful sign for getting usable DNA, even if he's not in the database. Remember, they can use that familial DNA technique that we saw in the Koberger case. It gets to a cousin or something. You work back from there.
Yeah, this is the day 5, make that, of the investigation. And until now, officials have not been able to identify a suspect. Locally, a retired Henderson County police officer who spent a month in jail over a Facebook post quoting President Trump is now suing in federal court. Larry Bushard was arrested in September after posting a meme that referenced a Trump comment following a school shooting. Prosecutors later dropped the charge of threatening mass violence, saying there was no basis for the case. Bushard's lawsuit, filed in the U.S. District Court for the Western District in Jackson, claims his First and Fourth Amendment rights were violated. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Really nice start on Wall Street after a widely used report on inflation showed prices are still higher than the Fed wants them to be, but they've ticked down to 2.7% year over year. Matt Egan at CNN.
That is much better than the forecast from economists, which was for 3%. And as you mentioned, this is a step in the right direction relative to September, which was at 3%.
Now, the October number was not available because of the shutdown, but core inflation now at its lowest in nearly 5 years. The Dow Jones Industrial starting off 378 points higher. NASDAQ is up 346. We've got the S&P 500 index trading up 72 points. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Watch yourself out by the airport, Briley Parkway at Vultee Boulevard. That's a crash scene this morning. Another one in Madison on Gallatin Pike South at Due West Avenue. Now in East Nashville, there's a crash, Dickerson Pike at Whites Creek Pike. Another one on the eastbound side of 24 in Whites Creek. It's at the Clay Lick Road overpass. A crash on 65 North in Brentwood, now cleared, but the traffic is still jammed up there. 24 also very jammed. However, no accidents reported in that mix this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
"37 minutes now past the hour. We are wrapping up the last half hour of the Nashville Morning News with Dan Mandis. I'm Brian Wilson filling in. Dan returns tomorrow to his regular time slot, and then I will move to Chris Hand's time slot tomorrow. So I'll be back tomorrow, but just in a different slot. We've been going through Donald Trump's speech. It was quite a speech. He's getting a little bit of good news this morning in that apparently consumer prices rose at only 2.7%, lower than expected, and the stock market is liking that this morning. It helps the Fed with data that would lead perhaps to another rate cut down the line, especially if we get a new Fed chairman. So we're still going through the speech last night, and I want to know what you think about it. We've played a lot of it here on this program. You may have seen it last night as it occurred or heard it here on the radio. So what is your take? What did you think about Donald Trump's speech? We got a lot of phone lines open, and I really want you to give me your thoughts. 615-737-9986. All right, Samuel, who's up first?
We got Mike here in Nashville.
Hey, Mike, you're up with Brian on Nashville's Morning News. What do you say?
Hey, Brian. It was kind of like a State of the Union without the, gaslit Democrat leadership responses afterwards, which is kind of refreshing. Or maybe those came on later and I just didn't watch them. But I didn't hear a lot of the preventative stuff. Like, what happens when he's gone? All these systems are still in place. The funding's still there. People aren't getting arrested. NGOs aren't losing their nonprofit status and the refugee resettlement program funding. This all starts over again, with a vengeance, probably. I wanted to hear more of that.
Well, I mean, I think the way we solve that problem is that we make sure that J.D. Vance becomes the next president.
I agree.
And Marco Rubio as the vice president, because I don't know if you heard it or not, Marco Rubio says he will not run if J.D. Vance gets in the race. So
I would like to see Marco's exhausted face behind J.D. Vance. That would be great. Love that. Our alternative is Newsom in the United States of California.
Yeah.
I would love
I mean, honestly, everybody is really worried about what will happen in the next election. I'm more concerned about the midterm elections because if history is a guide, in the midterm elections, the party in power generally loses big time.
Yep.
As even Obama said, we got shellacked. They got creamed, and it can happen. And I don't know why that is, and I think what he's trying to do is head that off by saying, hey, look, I know you're feeling some pain. I feel your pain as well. But I'm telling you, it's going to get better, and there is help on the way. It just takes a little time for these things. The tax cuts and we're all going to get. I mean, if you're in a gig job, and you're
I'm self-employed. So
but I'm just talking about generally. If you're in a gig job and you get tips as part of your income, No taxes on that. If it were me, I would say, I'll just work on tips. let me run up the tips, and I'll do fine. If you are retired and you draw Social Security, as I am doing now, you're not going to have to pay taxes on that money. That's money in your pocket. It will have an impact, and there'll be an impact when those $1,776 checks arrive in the bank accounts of our military men and women. So good stuff. Hey, listen.
Absolutely right. I hope the short-term memory issues can be assuaged a little bit by the money.
Mm-hmm. All right.
But, man, I wish I had a short-term memory. Unfortunately, I remember too much.
Yeah, I remember how bad it was. All right, thank you for the call. Who's our next caller, Samuel?
Got Ronnie here in Antioch.
Okay, Ronnie, you're up next on the Nationals Morning News. What did you think about the speech?
I think he had a real good speech. He stayed on line. I'm getting ready to retire in January. Been in the workforce at one company for 37 years.
Wow.
I do have concerns about my insurance and my 401k. I'm looking into some financial help on my 401k, but the biggest thing I'm running into is insurance, and I know it dates all the way back to Obama and Sleepy Joe, and I just hope President Trump can do what he says he's going to do and help lower the cost of our medical insurance.
On the insurance front, I know everybody's worried about it, and I suspect it will get worked out. Things have to reach critical mass in Washington for them to work in the way that they should. I have not gotten to this story, and really it's an oversight on my part. I apologize. The House passed a Republican health care bill that does not include an extension of Obamacare subsidies. House passed a Republican-led health care bill Wednesday evening that does not address expiring Affordable Care Act tax credits, putting the Obamacare subsidies on a path to expire at the end of the year. The bill, dubbed the Lower Health Care Premiums for All Americans Act, which would be good, passed 216 to 211, with just Kentucky GOP Representative Thomas Massey voting with Democrats against the legislation. House leadership has struggled to reach a consensus on health care reforms ahead of the House AAC deadline, and the issue has become the forefront of in the wake of government shutdown that Democrats orchestrated to secure health care funding. The legislation, however, is not expected to pass in the Republican-led Senate before they break for the holidays. We've got a little time. Movement is there. Critical mass will be reached in January. They're not going to let this. They got to do something. So my concern is that this all gets tied up in another government shutdown in January. Gosh, I hope that's not the case. All right. So, Sam, we got anybody else there?
Yeah, we got Bob out in Spring Hill.
Hey, Bob, you're on with Brian. What did you think about the speech?
Hey, Brian, how are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, I thought it was a good speech. My big takeaway, or my thing I wanted to see was Trump getting the message out to the American people, because, as you know, the media will slant everything to make Trump look like not well, and also that things are so bad and he's not doing anything to help the American people. So I was glad that he did a national address to set the record straight with the American people, because they're fed so many lies.
It really is a full-time job. And I think this administration is, at times they come across as I use this word, a little bombastic. But you know what? You have to get out there and defend your record. Nobody else is going to do it for you. Nobody else is going to tell people, what you've done that's right. And certainly in this environment with so much TDS, out there in the media and elsewhere in the mainstream media, they simply are just not, I think, going to be able to get any kind of help at all from the lift from the media. But here's the thing. When you look at the surveys that are done about where people are on the media, they just don't believe the media anyway, left and right. They just don't listen. So they don't believe that stuff. However, you still, from time to time, need to get out there, and I think you're exactly right. You've got it exactly right. From time to time, you got to get out there and just in sort of in a very effective and can I just say this, succinct way, you've got to bam, 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 bam. These are our accomplishments. He would do well to follow in the lead of Bill Clinton, who did that. We heard it so much when I was covering Bill Clinton that I actually had it typed up so I didn't have to, when I was logging what he was saying for the story that I was doing, I didn't have to type it out again because it was the same thing every time. Trump would do well to come up with about a 35 or 40-second soundbite that boom, 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 boom. We did this, 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 and we're not done yet. It would be very effective. I wish he would do it. He did pretty well, as you said, by sticking to the script last night. But, you know, he does tend to wander on most of his attempts to communicate. I think he's a great president. I don't think he's a particularly strong communicator at times, and I wish that were not the case. But I'm still with him. I still like what he's doing, and I just think that the American people will see it before long. A little over, time for some traffic and weather, 47 minutes past the hour. We're looking for a high today of around, let's call it 59 degrees. It's going to be blustery and rainy, and it's going to be sort of a day where you keep one eye on the sky. But after that, we're looking at, let's see, Friday sunny and 44, Saturday sunny and 50, Sunday sunny and 49, Monday sunny and 56, and on Christmas Day, looking on down the line, cloudy. Temperature in the mid-60s, 65 degrees on Christmas Day as it looks right now. It is 48 minutes now past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Where are we going, Sam?
Well, we got Jamie on the line if you want to take his call real quick out of Cookeville.
Okay, Jamie, you're up with Brian on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. What's your thought?
Hey, Brian, love listening to you, man. I got a phone call last night during the speech, so I'm kind of I got disrupted. Did he mention Venezuela, narco terrorists?
Well, that's a good point.
Did he touch on that?
No, not really, other than to say that we're cracking down on the drug running that's going on, and it's down 94%. He really didn't talk about Maduro or Venezuela. There was a rumor, and it turned out to be not a true rumor. Rumors sometimes are true, sometimes they're not. And it wasn't very well sourced, but there was a rumor that he was going to announce something really drastic, like we're going to war with Venezuela. That did not happen. So that was bad information that was floating around last night. I don't have any problem with what we're doing with the drug runners, but war suggests boots on the ground, and I don't get the impression that he wants to do that. I think he can be very effective in shutting down Maduro by blocking the tankers, by interdicting the drugs, and if it moves to land, we'll do what we do in Yemen or Syria or any other place where we feel like there are people out there working against our interests. We should do the same thing we did, same thing that Obama did, the same thing that Biden did. It's not any different, not a bit different, except that Democrats don't want to call drug runners terrorists, and I think they are. So, but no, it didn't really come up. It didn't really. Otherwise, you're hearing good things. What do you think?
Yeah, I enjoyed the rest of the speech that I heard, but I'm with you. It's to me it's pretty clear the difference between a fisherman and a drug runner. So
yeah, it's pretty easy to figure that out. And anybody who tells you, by the way, the evidence that is emerging behind closed doors about how they know where these drug running boats are and where they're coming from. One person who has seen the secret stuff on how we find out that information says the intelligence is, quote unquote, quite elegant, suggesting that they have this all buttoned up in a pretty reliable way. And Democrats are suggesting that we're just going around willy-nilly. We don't know if they're fishermen. We don't know if they're drug runners. They know. They know. It is 51 minutes now past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
And coming up at 9 o'clock, a Christmas gift for the nation's military members. Also, President Trump leaving his mark on the White House once again. Wait till you hear what he's done now. Those stories coming up at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, Merry Christmas, everybody. Hope you're having a great holiday as we head into Christmas week next week. I am done here with the show. Up next is Chris Hand, and I'll be filling in for you tomorrow, Chris. But what's on tap for today?
Yeah, I'm very excited to have somebody of your caliber filling in for me. Don't do too good. You've done a great job filling in for Dan. I want you to just lower the level a little bit tomorrow for me.
Listen, I'm telling you, I will tell you. I was at a thing last night. I went to church. I'm practicing. I'm in a Christmas play.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. No. I'm doing a recitation of an old Paul Harvey thing called "The Man and the Birds." And if you haven't heard it, you should look it up. But I was at there, and I was talking to several people, and they were raving about your program and how much they enjoy it.
Well, tell them check is in the mail, and we got a good show for them today. We're gonna talk about that Trump speech. We're going to talk about the reaction that we're getting from it as well. We're also going to talk about Venezuela, and we'll talk about Ilhan Omar. She has been caught red-handed lying about ICE pulling over her son.
Wow. That's well, she's the gift that just keeps on giving for talk radio. There's no doubt about it. I saw a thing here that's pretty interesting about the Rob Reiner thing, and Nick Reiner. And as you know, that one of the things that we've heard about this is that Nick Reiner and Rob Reiner and Michelle Reiner were at a party the night before they were murdered. And it was at Conan O'Brien's house. It was a Christmas party. And apparently they're saying that Nick Reiner wandered around asking people at the party 3 unusual questions. What's your name? What's your last name? Are you famous? And the behavior sparked concerns among guests, with some describing him as creepy and freaking everyone out. There was a loud argument between Nick and his father over his behavior, and apparently the Reiners apologized to O'Brien and left the party. Apparently they had called ahead, even though Nick had not been invited to the party. They called ahead to talk to Conan and said, hey, we'd like to bring Nick. We want to keep an eye on him.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's such a sad thing, and I don't think we have the entire story yet.
No, I mean that story's heartbreaking. Horrible way to go. Nobody wants to go out like that. I will say the reaction to President Trump's tweet, I think, has been a bit overblown from the left. You know, we've seen what makes them cheer, so their boos mean nothing.
Yeah. I had a little heartburn over it, but I've also now, since I did that story, it's been brought to my attention some of the things that Rob Reiner has said, and he was very gracious in the passing of Charlie Kirk, but there's some other things that he's said out there that are on the record that are quite, I think, antagonistic.
Yep.
Well, anyway, I hope you have a great show.
Likewise.
I'll be, again, scooting in for you tomorrow, and I look forward to that. Thank you for listening to Nashville's Morning News. The news with Joan Jones is coming up next at 9 o'clock, and Chris Ann will pick up after that.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The nation's military members are getting a so-called warrior dividend.
In honor of our nation's founding in 1776, we are sending every soldier $1,776. Think of that.
The announcement came last night during President Trump's nearly 20-minute address to the nation. The president saying that the money will be delivered before Christmas. Now, also in that speech, a promise that Americans would begin to see the results of his One Big Beautiful Bill in 2026. The president touting his accomplishments.
The border is secure. Inflation is stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our nation is strong. America is respected. And our country is back stronger than ever before.
He also promised reduced prices for prescription drugs next year. A Dixon County teenager is dead after trying to escape her ex-boyfriend's car. Channel 4's Dryden Quigley says 17-year-old Taylor Rattery had just left work.
Dixon police say she was picked up by her ex-boyfriend, 18-year-old Hunter Jackson. They say as they got to this traffic light, Taylor tried to jump out of Jackson's car. Then he shot her. She was found by police and taken to Skyline, where she died from her gunshot wound.
It was very sad. It was very just like a wow moment. You just have to kind of sit and think like that's someone you know that is no longer here with us.
Her family shared these photos of Taylor. They say she had big dreams for the future and was excited to start college next year.
The ex-boyfriend, Hunter Jackson, is in jail on a $3 million bond. Well, maybe you've seen the White House Presidential Walk of Fame, those framed photos of the nation's presidents near the entrance to the Oval Office. It was created by President Trump. You know, the photo of Joe Biden is a picture of the auto pen. Well, now there's plaques below the photos with historical content and maybe a little opinion, too. Here's CNN's Caitlin Collins.
They almost read some of them like Truth Social posts, including the ones under President Obama's that says he was one of the most divisive political figures in American history. Under President Biden's, it describes him as Sleepy Joe Biden and also says that he was the worst U.S. president in history.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt confirming that some of those plaques were handwritten by the president. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. There was a major $6 billion deal involving President Trump's social media company that was announced just this morning.
The Trump Media and Technology Group is announcing plans to merge with TAE Technologies. That is a fusion power company.
That's on CNBC this morning. TAE is developing nuclear fusion to help generate electricity aimed at those electricity-eating data centers. Devin Nunes will be the co-CEO of that new company. After a report that showed inflation slowing down a bit, we've got the Dow Jones Industrials up 313 right now. We've got the NASDAQ gaining